not wait for you. Most answer everything first. I apologize. Good afternoon, good lovers. How are you doing today? How were you feeling after yesterday's? Were you able to sleep well, or were you left to ponder on the many things that were said? Are you done pondering? Do you need more time to ponder before we proceed, or we want to box and ponder? Alright, that's beautiful. Thank you so much for coming out again today and in time. I deeply apologize for starting about an hour behind schedule. Technical issues will always have its way, but we will commence either way. So thank you once again for coming to the second day of the Writers Mental Network's Creative Writers and Readers Bootcamp 2025. Permit me to recap that this is the maiden edition of the Creative Writers and Readers Bootcamp, which means that there will be subsequent series. It's going to be a series. But what I don't know is if it's going to be quarterly, yearly, or however it's going to be a series. So expect the second coming of the bootcamp. Yesterday we started with prayers, we ended with prayers. We have come again today, and we cannot start without God, can we? We have to involve in all of our affairs, and for this reason, I am pleading with Miss Esther Boniface to lead us through a brief session of prayer.
Let's worship. Let's bow our heads in prayer. Everlasting Father, we thank you for another beautiful day. Thank you for the second day of the Creative Writers and Readers. We thank you for your presence yesterday with us. We thank you for everything you let us learn. Thank you for all the knowledge we gathered yesterday. We bless you for in Jesus' name. And Lord, we present today before you. We ask that you do even much more in Jesus' name. We ask for wisdom for our speakers, that they will come to us from out of the ocean of the knowledge they have gathered for here for the number of times that have been to the experience. Lord, we pray that you also give us the ability to, after learning these, go back and practice them and put them into work into the name of Jesus. We ask that your good spirit will be with us today. In Jesus' name.
Amen. 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 Please put your hands together for Jesus. So, one of the things that stood out for me yesterday was that we had people you missed a lot, trust me. Don't worry, we'll find a way to fill you in with the gist. Gist too. I don't know why everybody is not here. Okay, got it. So you don't feel too bad, okay? So we're gonna dive right into the business of the day. But before then, I would love to know each and every one of us seated in this room. I'll start by introducing a very prolific writer in our midst, who will be one of our speakers for today. He is a lecturer, he is an author, he is looking for one word to put in and box it all in. He is a member of the Association of Nigerian Authors, Bible State Chapter, and I am speaking of none other than Dr. A. Please we also have one man whom I am somewhat admired from the very first day I sat under the sound of his voice. That's how I used to say, was sitting under the sound of my voice. So I sat under the sound of his voice for the first time, and permit me to say this, but he is the first person to have made me believe that it's possible to be many things actually. So that very first day, it was at one of the series, Florida series of Young Leaders Summit that was organized at the Bootcamp. And I saw he was moving with camera. He was snapping. And next thing I'm seeing him as an MC, I'm like, what's it going on? What's happening here? What's going on? And you know, when you are proficient in different fields, I was motivated, and trust me, I didn't just leave it as a motivation, which is what I'm encouraging to. Whatever happens, if you're motivated, don't just, it was powerful. I was in back. Then you go back and sleep. I'm very good. So, this man is a very fine man. Fine in, basically, he is fine up here. He is refined. He is profound. I don't know. Let me not say too much so that when people don't eat him up. But I'm speaking of not like that. But one of the most sought after MCs in the room, Mr. Lovely and please have that person. I have to hire our guy in the business so that you get. I have 2 microphones. I went somewhere and I learned that when you have 2 microphones, one is called a micro, the other one is called the phone. So I'll hold the micro, you pass the phone. Okay? That's where we are together. So you're going to tell us your name, if you're a reader or a writer. If you're a reader, what do you read? What's your preferred genre of literature? And if you're a writer, what do you write? When we talked about it yesterday. Please, so nobody should write anything. Nobody should read anything. At least make a list. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Mr. I am a reader and writer. Reader because I love African literature and I write poetry. Thank you very much.
What do you write?
Poetry.
What do you write?
I'm a reader and writer. I read the book actually. But let me just say, so I prefer to read science fiction and stories, something like and I also prefer to write those things.
So you read science fiction and you love to write science fiction. That's good. Beautiful. Please round of applause for him.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Mama Singo. I'm a reader and writer. I read African novels and anything interesting. I write poems, stories, and content. Thank you.
And I go clap for
Good
good afternoon.
My name is Precious Harry. I'm a reader and writer. I read African novels and self-development and write stories.
The stories you write, what genre is it? Crime? Is it romance? What kind of stories you write?
Just fiction, love stories.
Not from just fiction, like in fiction, what is it centered on? You have a particular theme, like Chimamanda Adichie. Her theme is always centered on Africanism, feminism, humanism, and all of these things. Anything that comes to mind. So you are fast. At the moment, good. I don't know about what's behind. Good afternoon.
Maybe it's not one. Writer, poet, poet.
What do you write? Stories.
Short story.
Yes. Please round of applause for her.
My name is Esther Bonifay. I am a reader. I love reading thrillers. I love reading documentary, history. I love history, and I also love African literature. I write content, educational content, informational content. I also write thriller as well. I also write text into such an optimized content.
Okay, beautiful. This one of us for Esther.
Everyone.
Clapping for you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Happiness Felix. I'm a reader and a writer. I read Christian novels, African novels, adventurers, and I write Christian content. I do storytelling and acting.
That's beautiful. Good afternoon.
I'm not the right man. No, after this decision,
After you say this, wow, but so interested.
I'm motivated to read. Yeah.
How about to write?
To read.
Read is my list. That's beautiful. Please, a round of applause for him. This slap, he was motivated to read and write actually.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Samantha George. I am a reader and a writer. I write persuasive copywriting. I'm also an SEO. And sometimes I go to content writing.
Sometimes you what?
Content writing.
Oh, okay. That's beautiful. This one I'll post about.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, that's
My name is Lovely Jolly Picky. I write when I was when I write.
Right or not? Please round of applause for it too. Right or not?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Anderson Moses. I am a vegan and writer. I write code and I have some vision.
That's beautiful. Please round of applause for him. Good afternoon.
My name is Rizzo. I read and I also design.
What do you read?
I read books.
What type of books?
Good afternoon, everybody. My
Good
name is
afternoon.
Eric Bernard, and I am a law student and a visual designer.
Hello everyone. My name is Brian Promise and I'm a reader. I love reading novels.
You love writing down. Please round of applause for the back of this.
Hello, my name is Block. I used to like reading. I do. Okay. So I used to like reading. When I used to read romance novels and self-help. But currently, I'm venturing into Nigerian literature, more of fiction. I think things like poetry, they change you in a way that self-help doesn't. That is my own opinion. So I read poetry, I read Nigerian literature, and I write my thoughts. Yeah, that's
But she's just the only person that's that she didn't just say African literature, she said she likes Nigerian literature, which means she likes indigenous content. And then she said something very striking about poetry, that poetry changes you in ways self-help books cannot. Self-help will not, cannot. And I somehow agree with her. But if you want to disagree, feel free. I'll give you mine. You tell me your thoughts. Now, why do I agree with her? As short as a piece of poetry might be, when it is well scripted, the message is passed in a more effective way than when that message is put in 1,000 pages, where you have to think, borrow the thought pattern of the author, and not really have a say of your own. So, in reading self-help books, there are always most times voluminous, right? So, in these volumes, the author has told you everything he wants you to believe. The author doesn't really leave much room for you to have a say in the matter. But in poetry, you can choose to interpret the poem in a way that will, should I say, suit your situation. That brings us back home today. How many of us have read? How many of us, if you're a fan of poetry, look at us. Another will slime you. Yes, there are plenty fans of poetry. If you love short stories, if you love drama, people are not sure. They're not sure you love drama. Very dramatic people. You don't love drama. So the thing is, poetry. You know, different people, and I can't recall, but can I recall Maya Angelou's definition of poetry? There was something about her definition of poetry. Who can, for English students, help me? Yeah, I'm a science student. There's this definition of poetry by Maya Angelou. Please find it for me if you can't recall at the moment. But she defined poetry in a way that God, even as I can't remember, like the thing is still striking in my thoughts. Okay? So poetry is one genre of literature I would recommend for everybody. When we talk about poetry, people talk about how difficult poetry is. Well, is it difficult to read and understand? Not really. Because in poetry, you can contextualize. The author, very rare occasion before an author publishes a poem and explains that poem. The poem is published. It is left for you. So how do these imageries relate to you? Okay? Am I talking to myself? I'm talking to people in the house. Talking to people in the house, right? So I'm saying that because I really admired that particular line of thought. That poetry changes you in ways motivational books cannot. But I said if you want to argue, let's start a debate. Hello, friends and friends. My name is and I'm here to found the definition. What's it? So, yes, thank you. So, Maya Angelou views poetry as a powerful tool for self-expression, personal growth, and social commentary. As a powerful tool for self-expression, personal growth, and social commentary, right? So that was to be in line with what she said. Powerful tool for self-expression and all of that. We have a very, 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 very proficient personality in our midst today, who will be taking us on a 35-minute journey. Very brief and straight to the point. Very brief and straight to the point. And it will interest you that he is a lecturer in the field. Okay? So he will be speaking to us for 35 minutes. And I'm speaking of none other but Dr. Ayo. Please round of applause as he replaces me on the rostrum. We will come to the next year. Please.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to see everyone here. And thank God for the opportunity to speak to you on the road to being a published author. Actually, I was spoken to by Mr. Kanisi recently about this event. And he was the one to have come. But he actually has an engagement, and Kanisi is actually a prolific writer, publisher, award-winning just like myself. I hope that someday we'll get to be able to. But my name is Thank God for the opportunity. My topic is, the topic I have to speak on is the fundamentals of book publishing and the key aspects of creative writing. As the MC has said, I teach creative writing at the university. I have taught for over 10 years now. I've always been teaching. I not only teach, I also practice creative writing. I have up to 11 books so far. I'm also creative of books, rest of them. I'm also a publisher, and I'm the owner of Canio Publishers. It's located at number 3 Booker Street. We also have a journal called Canio Journal of Arts and Humanities. So, creative writing is not new to me. I think I would like to reverse the topic. Let us talk about creative writing first before we talk about publishing, because you need to have the manuscript first of all before you publish. Okay? So you need to write first of all, and then you need to have a manuscript, then you go publish it, not the other way around. And then one manager is you cannot become a writer by just wishing to be one. You have to put in the work to become a writer. And the famous saying is that if you want to be a writer, write. There's no other way. You can wish to be a writer for 1,000 years, it remains a wish. You need to actually put in the work of sitting down, and it takes discipline to do that. So to sit down, find time, sit down, and do the writing. Okay? And that is when you can have a manuscript to approach the publisher for publication. There's no other way. There is no other way. So how do you get to writing itself? It's a journey in itself. To become a writer is a journey in itself. Some people started early, some people started late. Some people started sooner, some people started later. But whenever and wherever the ambition hits you, you need to get up and work. It's a whole lot of work to become a writer. I do not subscribe to the view that people should just wake up and start writing. You need to build yourself, first of all, in order to write. You need to build yourself. I'm not saying that in building yourself, you need to wait until you grow gray hairs before you start writing. No. You can, we've had children authors who write very well. We've had young people who've written works that are exceptionally brilliant. So it depends on how much work you are ready to put in, the effort, the energy that you're willing to put in. And if you are willing to take a risk also, because writing is risky. And sometimes you might fall into the wrong hands and you get discouraged. You know, I am also a critic, right? By the special grace of God, in 2023, I won the Nigeria Prize for literary criticism. It is the highest prize for literary criticism in Nigeria. Thank you very much. So, I understand something about criticism. So you can, maybe as a young writer, you give your work to someone to criticize, and the person makes sure that you don't ever write again by the comments that they are going to give, right? So it's also risky, because you might come up with your first work, and one critic out there picks up the work, tears it apart, and then you tell yourself, this is not for me. I can't ever be a writer. And then you give up, and all that dream, all that ambition will go to waste. Okay? So that's what I'm saying. Writing is also risky. You might try the first time, it doesn't work. Doesn't mean you should not try again. It takes perseverance to be a writer. And you cannot become a writer in one day. Or one day you will become a writer, right? As I call it. So you have to keep going. No comment of anyone should discourage you from your journey, because all of us are on a journey. All of us are on a journey to wherever we are going in our writing ambition, in our writing dreams, in our writing vision. And so whatever you meet on the road should actually be used as a stepping stone, whether it is discouragement, whether it is someone giving you a pat on the shoulder once in a while. Make sure you turn them into things that can fuel your goal, your ambition to succeed, and never that which will bring you down. I'm talking this from experience. If I listen to most of those negative comments when I was growing up, because I started writing in SS2. I writing when I was at secondary school in SS2. Right? I remember giving my first manuscript to a highly experienced journalist in this state. And when the manuscript came back, it was all. And then I was probably, I think it was my third year, and year one students in the university, they were using that book to do book review. Probably the only students who ever made that achievement. So, just keeping to instructions, getting your work out, and making sure you pay attention to what those people say can make all the difference. Instead of hiding from criticism, you write the book and you're like, I don't know what people are going to say, so you hide it. I know someone who has kept a manuscript for years, right? Why? Because the person was afraid of what people would say about that manuscript, right? People will always have that say. People will always get comments. So it depends on you to decide what to make out of this comments. Very important. So if you're going to become a published writer, I think you should start by reading. Start by reading. You cannot give what you do not have. cannot give what you don't have. I think you should even prefer to read than to write. Okay? And you should not just do selective reading. This is what I tell my students. Don't do selective reading. When you write, you're writing the sum of everything you read. And the richness of your manuscript, the richness of your book, the output, will depend on how much information you gather over time. About life, about that area you're writing on, and so on and so forth. So every day that you do not read, you are shortchanging your reader. And you're placing yourself at a disadvantage. Especially when we consider the competition that is out there. You have to be the very best. You have to go out there and beat the others. Right? Although you are constantly in competition with yourself, you need to understand that perhaps when it gets to competition, you beat other writers. How are you going to beat them? Someone who has not read enough, and then you start writing, because it will be reflected in your work that you've not read enough. Or that probably you've only read one area. Because as a writer of fiction, writer of literature, you are writing about life. And life does not spare any discipline, any area. Life is all inclusive. And so you need to know a bit about everything. So you cannot say you are selecting the materials you read. It's not done. Okay? Because there might be a time that you need to create scenes around those issues. How are you going to do that? You need to have some knowledge. Right? So we do not spare the material, that is the foundation. And even when we talk about inspiration, reading can give you inspiration. And get inspiration through reading. So the best way for you to prepare yourself to write is to constantly read. And to read in all areas. I cannot emphasize that enough. It is after you read enough, when you're full, when you're filled, that you can then start writing. That's how it works. And when you write, you reflect human culture, the culture of the environment, the culture of your people, their history, their tradition. And in the era where we have polarized society into those who are Christians and into those who are not, it might be very difficult for some people to write works that are balanced culturally. And that is very problematic. Because if you write such works, those who are in the field might just look at it and just laugh. Because it's just a travesty of our history, of our identity, and of our people. In fact, you are even sending out wrong information to people, and you call yourself a writer. You ought not to do that. You're supposed to be informed to the point that you become the light of society. Means that even when everyone is wrong, you must not be wrong. You should even be telling them, let's move away from what we are doing now to the right direction. Because I can see that what you guys are doing is not correct. That's who a writer is. You're not someone who writes into the mistakes, into the errors that we find in society. Okay? So that means you need to balance up your reading. Don't just read the Bible alone. Yes, we know you are a Christian, but have you ever read the Quran? You will not go to hell if you read the Quran. Because even the most educated pastors who went through theology, they have read the Quran. They have learned about other religions. So what's stopping you? Because you need that information. in order to balance up your writing, in order to even spice up your writing. So we do not allow ignorance when it comes to creative writing. It's not allowed. Okay? And then the writing process itself begins with an inspiration. You will not follow through a story if there is nothing pressing you down here, needing to be given up. You'll be stuck. You'll be stuck. There has to be fire burning somewhere. And you said this story has to go out. And the story will seize you. I will not let you rest until the story has been delivered. I don't know what force it is, but I suppose some people have felt it. Some people have written here, become writers that have felt that force. It's beyond self. Writers of old call it muse. And there's a larger than life supernatural force that takes hold of the writer and makes him or her to write until the story is done. That's at the end of the day, it's not him or her who's writing, it's that force that's writing. Okay? So, who is your muse and what is your muse? It could be a very personal, traumatic experience that you know that when you're writing, you are negotiating your healing. It could be something that you want to teach society, but you don't want to come out and look like a teacher in the 1980s using pen to teach people. People don't take lessons like that in class. They might think that you're insulting them. Right? Teachers in the 1980s, you want to teach someone, they will just force the person to sit down, and then they will give the person facts after facts, and ask them to memorize. If they can't memorize and repeat after them, they will block the person. No, that's not how it is done anymore. Okay? It's not done like that anymore. The greatest teachers are storytellers. People is to use a story. The best way to change people is to use a story. And so, if you're a writer here, I want to, I'm afraid of all writers myself. Because writers are powerful people. Writing is a power space. Right? Writing is a power space. And that is why even the most terrible dictators are afraid of writers. Even the most terrible dictators. They have guns, they have nuclear weapons, but when they see writers, they begin to shake. Why? Why? The writer only has the pen. So why are they shaking before him? Because the story space is ideologically charged. And, you know, as a creative writer, as a critic, I always look for the ideology behind the story. Because there is no innocent story. Every time a creative writer tells a story, the creative writer is selling an ideology. And if he or she is selling an ideology, means they want to change something. First in the mind, and then into sight. We do not just write, not anymore. We have to aim to write. We have a goal to write. Because all stories are ideologically charged and can bring about earth-breaking changes in society. That is why the average power man is very careful around creative writers or storytellers. Because you can, in one story, transform the people. That's how powerful it is. And so, you must take your business as a writer very seriously. Do not write innocent stories. Always think of the ideologies behind your story, what you want to achieve. That's how it works. In writing, don't try to be like someone, another person. Don't try to be someone else. In writing, you need to find your own identity, to find your own voice. Don't say, I want to be like Achebe. Maybe if you say you want to be like Achebe, Chimamanda, then after writing your book, write Chimamanda, Achebe. So don't write with Achebe, but then you put your name. Not done. So find your style, find your voice. Find your style, find your voice, find your language. You must be you have to be distinctive, you have to be yourself. And don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Just as the others got it and became someone you want to emulate, you can also use your own voice and get there and become someone who wants to emulate. Except that if I meet them, also to tell them it's not right to be you. Right? And as I've already said, don't mind rejection. Most of, I even like listening to authors' experiences when trying to publish. Most of the successful books we have had their manuscript rejected many times by the publishers. Okay? Many times. Some were rejected 12 times, some 40 times. Some even lost hope that that work will never be published. So, but for you, just someone who said that this work is not good enough, you gave up. Just ask the person, what specific thing do you think I should improve about this work? Then go and work on it. If you feel that that comment is cogent. Don't just give up like that. So if those people that were rejected 12 times gave up, you think we'll read those stories? No. Will not. So you need a whole lot of, so don't try to be, in trying to be yourself, you might face rejection, but you need to look at it. That's how it goes. And then when it comes to publishing, when you think that you have a manuscript, some people usually revise and revise and revise if they have something that they can call a manuscript, something they like. Because some people criticize themselves so much. Right? Self-criticism has killed many talents. Okay? Just feel it's not good enough, it's not good enough, it's not even good enough. Right? So when you finally get that manuscript that you want, I don't know how many times you need to revise it to get it there. Because it's a process, it's a journey. Getting to publish is a journey. At a point, you need to work with other people. We have editors. I'm not talking about editors that are your friends and family. Alright? I mean professional people who will look at your book and tell you the truth. Not people who look at your book and say, if I tell this one the truth, she might fall ill. You know, I don't want her to fall ill, she's my friend. So let me just pamper her. No. It has to be, the person will use the most polite tone to tell you how to improve the work. Honestly. Okay, if they tell you that you've not started, just know that you've not started. Go and work on it. Just pay specific, I mean, I don't like blanket criticism. You have to be specific. This is the area, this is the problem. Okay? So you need to work with editors till that manuscript is published. Don't rush to publish. Do not rush to get it published. Do not rush to get it published. Work with editors, work with proofreaders, and of course we have various levels of editing. You have to pass through those levels of editing to get your work done. Okay? And in publishing, we have modes of publishing. I can recognize 3 modes of publishing. We have the traditional publishing. We have self-publishing with the indie authors, independent authors, or independent publishing. Then we have the hybrid form of publishing. So if you need to choose one, and each of them has the advantages and disadvantages. If you want to go for traditional publishing, that means that you need to take your manuscripts and look for publishers, traditional publishers. This is how traditional publishing works. Some of them usually invite manuscripts. They call for manuscripts, right? Like craft books, Henneman, and the rest. Every year they call for manuscripts in certain areas. So you send in your manuscript. Well, you can get lucky, your manuscript can be selected, but it's rare. It's rare. That's where the rejection usually hits home. Okay? Because when you're going to traditional publishing, that means you don't have money. You want the publisher to publish the work and market it for you and then pay you royalties. The publisher will bear the cost for everything. They might even give you some advance money to enjoy your life, write the work, and wait to publish. It's good because it takes away the burden of marketing the work, right? Looking for funds to publish. But it's rare. You can wait for years without getting published, depending on the type of publishers that you want to publish your work. It's a long list. And then for those publishers to now come and say, this work is good, we are going to publish it, we don't spend anything less than 7 million naira on the manuscript and the book. So you have to really, really be good. Better be good. Right? Probably someone who wants to publish for the first time, you really, really have to be good. You really, really have to be good. So you can, the problem with traditional publishing, you can wait for years, you don't have to publish it. Okay? But I'm not discouraging you. I know that all of you have very brilliant minds here. You can write and impress someone, and you can take the risk on you. That's the risk that the person is taking on you. Right? And then you can also decide to do self-publishing. Self-publishing used to be looked down upon, but no more. Right? We have many successful writers now who are into self-publishing, or who became successful because simply because they went into self-publishing. And they did that after years of rejection from traditional publishers. Okay? And now decided to take their own destiny into their own hands. So you can do the same. And you can try, like, maybe this book, I'll try traditional publishing, this other manuscript, I'll do self-publishing. But that means that you need to look for the money. And pay the publisher a lot of money, do the editing with your money, so it's a whole lot of money, right? You can spend 150,000 naira on editing a manuscript, or even more. If you're using professional editors and you want to go through all the 5 levels of editing, right? And then now talk of how many copies do you want to publish, then the charge you based on that, the publisher will charge you based on that. And now you now carry the work on your head and start marketing to, you know, every time we have social media now, we can easily put out your work that people will patronize you, have websites now, you can place your work. So everything is happening to help independent publishers right now. Everything, the whole setup. So our advice is you can do self-publishing. Look for a good publisher who's going to work with you and publish your work, but you have to find funding for it. And then you can do hybrid. Hybrid is you take some aspects of traditional publishing and you take some aspects of independent publishing. And then depending on what agreement you reach with your publisher, okay, and people can go. So those are the three options that you have there when it comes to publishing. But the most important thing is that once the work has been published, it needs to be read. Because if the work is not read, then it is of no use. And that is why we exist as critics, right? Your work cannot survive the ravages of time if it is not held to account by the critics in the field. Okay? And apart from professional critics, all readers are critics, right? When I won the Nigeria Prize for Criticism, I did a public lecture where I just wrote this for, just to let people know what this is all about. I will leave it with the organizers. There are just 5 copies. I think you can just go put some questions or look for people who have been impressive in their comments and answering questions, and then we'll just hand over to them as a gift, right? Good. So, then don't run away from criticism after your work has been published. Give it to critics. Let people read the work. They will give you feedback. How I decided to keep writing was, I have to leave it, okay, was when my work was published, when I was studying at the University of Europe, I went one evening, I went to the hostel, the main hostel, and I saw 2 students on the bunk. They were reading the book in turn. They were reading the past people, they were reading in turn. This one will read and hand over to the other one to read. And I just stood there, and they didn't know I was the author, and I became very emotional. I could see how they were enjoying the story. And I said to myself, wow, so I have to keep writing, because it means that my story means something to people. So I walked out of that room that day, and I said to myself, I will keep writing. So when you get responses like that from readers, I will motivate you to write. So don't hide your book, don't hide your dreams, don't hide your manuscripts. It has to be out there. And you must win at the end of the day. Remember, stories are powerful, and remember that writers are very powerful people that live in the time in society. This is where I bring my talk time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sam. Thank you. But this is the thing. I've already promised us to answer question books, nothing for the MC. Oh, wow. Answer question. Someone should answer 2 questions, I'll give you 2 books, you all. I mean, alright, thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for Dr. Ayo. This will be fine. We'll talk about it later. So, are you in a hurry to leave? Yes, sir. So we'll have a second speaker, and then we'll take the questions together. Okay? So, no, I don't hype this man. I'm not tired of hyping him. We will have Mr. Loveland actually says when he's not writing, he's speaking. When he's not speaking, he's writing. At the moment, he's not writing. So what should he be doing? So, please, with heartwarming round of applause, make welcome the second speaker for today, Mr. Godfrey Gole.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. When you go to an event and they introduce you and you can't recognize the person that introduced you, it becomes a problem. They're saying so many nice things about you and you're asking, is it me or another person? But it feels good nonetheless. Thank you very much. My name is Lovely Banjoli, aka Hank. I was invited to speak on the topic reading as a transformational tool of the mind and society. I'd just like to give the indulgence that try your best to stretch to hear me because my voice is very bad. I had some serious cold, so it affected my voice. Before I start, I want to know if it's possible for me to have my slides. Okay, sorry. So, Doctor, I'd like to thank you so much. When you were taking your session, I felt guilty. Some of the things you said, I think I'm a victim. I criticize myself a lot. I write a lot as well. And if I post anything on my social media handle, it means I read it like 10 times. And when I get people to say, that's fantastic, I already told myself that I liked it. So now that you like it, just like a compliment to mine. I've written a book which I've given to two professionals, editors to edit for me. They have edited the book and they told me, I wrote the book in 2022. They told me the book is very fantastic. If that was the last stream to silence, I should publish it. But after every time I read the book, I tell myself, no, this is not it. But then with the things you said today, I think I'm encouraged to publish the book. I'll try my best to ensure I publish it. Thank you very much. Thank you. And then talking about rejection, I read when Chimamanda said, I think I watched the video when it was in Suka some months ago when he said that the book Popular Discourse was rejected 13 times before they finally published it. And then some weeks ago, we also had the author of Say You Are One of Them and New York Life Village, the women company. So when I came to Abaka, I interviewed him during his book presentation. And he said that book, New York Life Village, was rejected 13 times as well by 13 different publishers. So you can see that writing is not anything that we should play with. And like he's mentioned, I'm just trying to buy time so that I can set it up. And I'll just start. And like he has mentioned, critics help you sell it. I don't know if it's ever happened to you where you hear someone say, I don't know why he's writing rubbish. I want to read that rubbish. And you hear someone post on a social handle or maybe just good reads, and you're interested. People write, like Chimamanda's recent book, Think Counts, when you read, some people argue that it's more of a polemic perspective than a narrative, that's fiction. A polemic is an argument, it's something you want to share through an essay. And if you read her, you will see that she speaks more like Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, not even the Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is a writer. So people are arguing, is this a work of fiction or she's just sharing her sentiment on some issue? But then that's not the argument for today. So like I said, my presentation is mind and society. So I just hope that this will come up. I'll be as swift as possible. Thank you. I don't know if I can start. The reason why I want this to be projected is so you can follow me and which of the things I say. Most of them you can relate. Because reading actually transforms the mind. You can transform mind, transform society. That's a question we ask. So in a year, you tell yourself, there was a time it was a bragging right for me. People who are close to me know this. I read a lot, like I read for fun. I read to annoy people. You can come to my house and you're talking to me and reading. It was that bad, and the thing of pride was that you come to my house and I tell you how many books I read in a year. But then I got to understand that it is not in how many books you read, but how many books have transformed you. That's the question. And how do we get this transformation? That's the narrative. So I don't know who's going to handle this. Anderson, it's possible you can get a seat so that you can move the slide for me. Okay, someone in control from there. Alright, thank you. So let's just move on. The first question I'd like to ask is, what is reading? What is reading? So just reading. Reading is an innate activity that sharpens our focus, enhances our memory, and shapes our understanding of our world and environment. It ignites our creative ingenuity and boosts our emotional depth. Reading rewires our brain for empathy, critical thinking, and knowledge expansion. So if you ask me, you'll see that I make sure that I don't quote any person to say, according to this person, I don't want to do book theory today. I want to speak based on personal experience. So reading helps you to sharpen your focus. When you are reading, you tend to extract yourself from the environment you are. I can read anywhere, even inside a park. I can read in a moving vehicle. Because people have seen me. When I'm reading, I am so immersed in that nothing else matters to me, except to just tap me. So reading helps me concentrate my focus, and then it shapes my understanding of things. The things you know may not always be true. And then we also discover that true truths can exist. You can have your own truth, I can have my own truth. And reading helps you understand that true truths can exist too. And there's something that people say that the lawyer knows the truth, the criminal knows the truth. It's the judge that is starting trial. Because the lawyer will ask the criminal, have you done this thing? I will know how to defend you. He say, yes, okay, I don't know. I say, okay, no problem. So it's the judge that is asking questions to decipher the truth, to decode whether this crime has actually been committed. The same thing happens to reading. When you read, you get to harvest some secrets that people will not tell you. As we read along, we get to find out. So let's continue. So reading has, next slide please. Reading has 12 focus. It has 12 focus. Yes, the first is the impact on individual minds. That's the cognitive impact, the emotional impact, and the neurological impact. And the second is impact on society. That's on cultural shifts and social awareness. Please, let's continue. So the cognitive benefits of we're talking about, it enhances memory. When you read, you tend to know a lot of things. It improves your vocabulary. And let's do one specific thing. When I was growing up in Ekiti, when I leave my house, I'll memorize at least 100 car place numbers. When I get home, I'll sit down and begin to write them down. So if I see that car anywhere else in this life, remember I've seen this car somewhere. And then I will not rest until I can remember exact spots I saw that car and I give the place number. It was a white game, or something I used to do. It helps me a lot. It enhances my memory. So if I see something, if you take a picture now, and it's a location I have been to, if I don't figure out where that location is, I will not rest. My mind will be so disturbed, and I will be scratching through what I call the mind library. I have a mind library where I store information of places, of things. So if I see your face, I may not recall your name, but I remember that I've seen your face somewhere. So it improves your vocabulary. I don't know if this happens to you. You are speaking unconsciously, what you read in the book just came into your sentence and you're like, God, I'm good. Just and then somehow you're just using the word, but you're not sure whether in context. You know, we have collocations, we have context. Words choose the kind of words they want to associate with. That's the collocation. And the context is whether this is the right appropriate situation where that word should be used. So sometimes you don't know if this is the right context, you just use it. And then because of shape, because of who you are, you know, branding, now personal branding, you're like, okay, let me go and check whether it's the right thing. Or I will have you know, you're just sure that this word is correct and this is the right context. And then the next one is increase attention span. When you are reading, it's just like baptism. No, swimming. Let me use swimming because I like to swim. It is like swimming. When you are swimming, you immerse yourself in the water. If you are very good with your breathing, there's a way you stay inside the water and people are like, is it okay? I think somebody is diving and checking on you. It's an immersive experience. You stay there, And nothing else matters than the present situational environment that you are. Okay, we continue. So let's go to the emotional benefits of reading. By the way, I think Robert Greene said that soldiers fight, general techniques. I didn't design these slides, my friend Anderson did. Anderson is the emotional benefits of reading. It increases the sense of connection. I don't know if this has happened to anyone. You read a book and you're like, this character is me. You can connect with the character. You can picture yourself in his particular scenario or situation that the character is in. Someone should help us now. You know, you picture yourself in that person. You begin to put yourself in that person's shoe. That's what reading helps you do. And it fosters a sense of belonging and reduces feelings of isolation. When I tell people that I'm introvert, they don't believe me. Because when they see me at all events, they see me in places where I talk to people. But the fact of the matter is I actually like my space. I don't like people so much like that, including my space. I like people to myself. And when I'm isolated that way, the only thing that keeps me company is reading. And it is rare to see me anywhere, poetry, collection of poems, or anything at all. You see me in the book, and you always see me in the notepad, reading a sticky note that I have to write something down, because I like something. And I will try to see how I can also use it. And then reading also improves emotional intelligence. What is emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence is divided into units. We have empathy, we have self-awareness, we have social awareness, we have self-regulation. So everybody has emotion. As a human being, we all have emotion. And how do we allow this emotion to control us? How do we control this emotion? How do we also tell ourselves that, oh, this is what happens to me? If you have read this book, Temperaments, I've forgotten the title, is a problem. Why you ask the way you do? There are all the temperaments that the author has listed there. You have the phlegmatic, you have the sanguine, you have the choleric. You know, so you also identify who are you. Yes, sir. Who are you? That's the question you ask. What can make you angry? What can make you happy? What can make you sad? We live in a very difficult world that we have to first understand ourselves. If you don't know who you are, people, please go back. If you don't know who you are, people will define who you are not, and you accept it. So you see a child in the village, because we are Catholics, and you know the incense the father was born, and they just begin to speak, and the child comes back from school and begins to put charcoal inside that little tin, and begins to put that thing, and we say, this one will be a reverend father. And because of that consciousness, the child grows up with, my parents say, my siblings, everybody around me says, I'm going to be a reverend father. It is not true. It is just because of the environment you've been exposed to, the things you are seeing. So reading helps you isolate yourself from the things people say, the perception people push on you. And then talking about empathy, now empathy is putting yourself in someone else's shoe. Someone is always coming to classmates. I had a classmate, very intelligent, cosmet in the university. Very intelligent, she never speaks up. Because she comes from a home where the father tells that everybody must keep quiet, everybody must keep shut. And she lost herself esteem. And there is a particular lecturer in my class. I think some of my classmates are here. He likes to ask me questions all the time. Like my job, he wants the answer. I know, shame them, and I always feel embarrassed. Don't tell me to shame you. And whenever I know an answer like that, I will just write and pass to this guy. One day I just told you, I didn't know that you are very intelligent. All you need to do is to speak up so that people will know and identify you. And that day I wrote an answer to the question I asked her. She stood up and spoke. And that is someone that cannot hide that is exciting. It was like, really, Jesus, put your hands together for her. You know, what helps me is because I have been in a shoe where people underrate me, where people suppress me. So when you read, you understand there's something called empathy, where you put yourself in another person's shoe. And then we have another one called self-awareness. Self-awareness is simply knowing who you are. And like I said, you have to know who you are so that you know what appeals to you, what affects you, what gets to you. There are some people that will say things I don't care, but there are some patterns that it will come from and it affects you, like it can ruin my mood for the entire day. So if it happens like that, I ask myself, who are these people that are saying these things? How will this thing affect me? Can I move myself? For instance, if you have anger issues, you discover that there are steps that you can put up. So if someone's at this stage, you are going to be angry. At this stage, you are going to be infuriated. At this place, it turns to rage. At this place, the explosion. Once you know someone has gotten to you by this stage, what should you do? You should leave that place. You should end that conversation. You should just cut off that lane. You know when to cut people off in your life. Really helps you understand, you regulate yourself, you regulate the emotions. And if you are someone that you lose yourself easily, you read and you discover that, when I get angry, I break bottles. So what do? You control the things that make me angry. And then we have social awareness. Social awareness is knowing your environment, knowing the people around you. Really helps you know that there are some things you cannot say. Just like if you go to America now and call a black man nigger, and you're a white man, that means you are incurring racism yourself. That's you trying to profile the person. And it helps you know there are some words you cannot use. So if we say that Afam is the king of Sophie and Bible, and you come to a Bible and you say that one is rubbish, you are trying to tell me that I don't exist. You are rubbing on my identity as a person. So it really helps you know that for a Yoruba person, what's that for the yes. So if you don't like it, so because of the way it's presented or it's just stupid and like, honestly, I'm not sure that it is that self-emotional intelligence that helps you understand that, okay, even the movies, you can tell them, okay, I'm not even hungry. Okay, let me give you a personal scenario. I don't eat atama soup. I don't like the soup. Nothing else. At home, because I come from a place that respects me. I come from a place that loves me. They don't cook when I'm around. If they cook it, they will cook something else for me. Now, a friend invites me to the house because she has been saying so much about me to the father, and the father, I need to meet this topic. They invited me to the house. I went there, and they brought udara, brought appetizers like that. We finished eating, and you know what this woman has been doing for about 30 minutes at time. Just brought it to the table like, how do I tell this people I don't eat at time? When I'm eating, this is the first time I'm coming to this place. I'm coming, you know, this is like a kind of assessment. They want to know if this guy is sweet to be my daughter's friend. You know that thing that father is doing now? Just a bring that your friend, let's see him. You know. But then I had to politely tell them, okay, sorry, but I've been having running stomach since morning and I can't think I can eat anything, strong. But when I left, I told the daughter, see, I don't eat this thing. And that was why I went. When I was looking at the meeting that day, let's not talk about it. So we go to self-regulation. Self-regulation, like I've mentioned, is knowing yourself. What makes you angry? What makes you bored? How do you evade? There are things you don't control what people do to you, but you control your reaction. The training issue now is that girl in Igomere and the air hostess. It could be that she was not wrong. It could be that she was violated, yes. But the question is, could she had done something better than that? Could there be a better response? Christians will say, what would Jesus do in my shoe? Peter Obi followers will say, if Peter Obi was here, what would he have done? So you always have that question. So love them actually. What would I have done if someone did that to me? So you begin to. You don't have to. When they say experience is the best teacher, it is not. Someone's experience that you learn from should be your teacher. And then we continue. So I'll talk about impacts of reading on society. So historical and social perspective. As we wrap up, we have letter from Birmingham jail by Martin Luther King Jr. We have Iwationgo's Young Cross. I think Doctor will be so familiar with these things I'm going to talk about. Abraham Lincoln wrote a letter to his son's teacher. He said, you have to learn that all men are not strong, all men are not wise, but teach him that in every selfish condition there is a dedicated leader. Save him away from any evil and teach him the secret of quiet laughter. Let him learn that the bullies are the easiest way. When you write, when you read, you are sending a message. You are trying to pass along a strong message. When Martin Luther wrote a letter from prison, he wrote it on tissue paper. Even this book, they were on the cross by Louis Watinko. This was a message to the society to revolt against the systems that suppress them. But if people do not read up, they really respond to the message that we passed to them. I will just go. So the question is, why do we read? Please, let's move on. Why do we read? Transformation of the mind. I've mentioned that already. When you read, you transform your mind. And then enlightenment. We have historical revisionism, correction of social flaws, and then I also like to point in context here. In how many of us have read How of a Yellow Sun by Chimamanda Adichie? There's a point where Master argues. Now, over the time, we've been taught by history that Mungo Park discovered what? River Niger. Is it not true? That's what we learned in our history classes. But Chimamanda did not have to write an history or a history book. What she did was what? Write a fiction that recreates reality by asking very salient questions about history. If it is true that Mungo Park discovered the Niger, what happened to our forefathers who have been fishing there? So you see that really begins to make you ask very important questions, salient questions. Is this thing true? Is this how it should be? Is this the right way? And then reading also enhances knowledge. To gain knowledge, class struggles, social shift, innovation, invention, when you read, you get to understand. Reading helps you find a gap. So someone has built Facebook. Another person has been studying the pattern of Facebook and discovered that Facebook they are writing and picture. He said, no, I'm going to create TikTok. What will happen with TikTok? Videos only. So you have people posting only videos on TikTok because you have read and identified the gap. The same thing happens when you're writing research at the university. Every research has what we call a research gap. And the research gap is what question, what issue have you found that is dormant, that is uncharted, that you want to address in this research? What is the solution you want to provide? So if I'm writing on a research like a topic, let's give me something like a feminist practice in the secret lives of Baba Segi's wife. Over time, we've been saying that the suppression of women have been by men and patriarchy. But in that book, you discover that women are the one responsible for the suppression of women. So if I want to write a project on that topic, I would ask myself, over the years, people have been saying that patriarchy has been the sole responsibility of men, of women, being subjected for various reasons in society, suppressed, and their voice suppressed as well. And then we discovered that in this work, Lola Shonein has also shown us that women are also responsible for the suppression of women. That is a gap I have identified. And by backing up with evidence, you see that our point is social. And then we also read for information. When you read, you discover that, oh, when you are going to a dinner table with a king, you don't eat the way you eat in your house. You also discover that in boarding house, it is not the way you eat in your house that you eat in boarding house, because they will show you the clear ways they are eating. You also notice that you read and identify cultural differences. Oh, it does not work like this in my place, so this is how it works. So that is where the emotional intelligence that I mentioned earlier coming. So okay, this person is not me, he's not from my mother's, even your siblings are different from you. The way they see the world, even though they share the same mother and father, is not the way you see the world. So emotional intelligence and reading helps you understand that, oh, there's a cultural difference here. The Igbo man does not think the way I think. If an Igbo man has 1,000 naira, he might think business. If I have 1,000 naira, we're thinking of food. And these are two different persons. And our opinion of the world, our perception of the world are different. And really helps with that. Then we talk about entertainment. I read for fun, like I said. I just read, and that's why I don't compete with anybody. I remember once, you remember inviting me to exam the former commissioner for basic order and information. And when I went to his office, in fact, the car we entered, they were like 15 books. Some were open, turned down. The other ones were they put it, just have to look over and you see it. And then in his office, there were over 20 books open on the table. And I asked him, sir, how do you manage to read all these books and still contend with the responsibilities of your job? And he said it's not in competition with anybody. So when you are reading for fun, when you are reading for entertainment, you discover that you are not competing with anybody. That's why I don't feel bad that someone posts on social media that she or he has read over 500 books in a year. No, I'm not reading 500 books in a year with you. I'm reading the books I want to enjoy. And what you read is not what I read. Why you read is also what informs my reading. Do you understand me? So you don't allow anybody to pressure you, you just flow at your own pace. Okay, let's move forward. So how does reading manifest? So if you say that reading helps us transform our mind and society, I'd just like to share a story about my neighbor. So my neighbor is as slim as myself, was as slim as myself. He likes to go to the gym. You know, he was slimmer. I think I have small flesh. Whenever I just opens the gate, the way he opens the gate, it will announce that he's the one leaving the house. And just pick and see if he say, this guy don't go gym again. He will come back from the gym, you just look at it like, so why does he even go to the gym? And there's no sign. And then tomorrow morning, he just pack his bags, goes to the gym, comes back, there is nothing. Comes back again, nothing. 2 months. He comes downstairs to high school on the bed, I'm seeing one, it was Alpha. And then another 2 months, I'm seeing 6 packs. I'm like, bros, it seems I have a GP tank. Now, the point is, reading does not manifest immediately. When you read, it doesn't show. The same thing happens with transformation. It's not something that is instantaneous. It's not spontaneous. It just happens. Everybody just like thunder. You just see it. It is something that happens over time. It's built. Just like a neighbor that's going to the gym and nobody sees any muscle coming up. But in the weeks to come, people begin to see him looking all taut and tense like, okay, brother, I think I'll need a DSS around you. You might like it to do so. The point is, when you read, it will show in the way you talk to people. It will show in the way you think about work. You know, people take time to write so much essays on Facebook, and you go to the comments and write impressive, excellent, nice, good job. You've not read. That's it, because there is no way someone has developed something very controversial or strategic like this, and you're just writing impressive data. You know, it is not proper. So reading will help you to also inspire conversation, to help you stir conversation, it will help you contribute to conversation, it will help you in the way you see the world, the things that share your understanding, and you know when people are exploiting you. You know, they say read the 48 laws of God. People say, no, don't read it. It's a book that tells you about, you know, they are teaching you Machiavellian lifestyle and all those things. But if you don't know, sometimes you don't even read these things because of you. You read it so that you can identify when someone wants to cheat you. Read it so you can identify when someone wants to play with your emotions. Read it so that you can foretell it. If you are driving, or if someone is driving you on a car, and there's a speed bump ahead, and you are sleeping in the car, and then the car just sprang into that gallop and just bumped, boom. You sprang up. But if you were conscious and you saw that there's a bump, and this person was speeding, would your reaction be the same? So that is what really helps you. You already predict what this person is going to do. Like, this person wants power. This person wants to know. It helps you leading your team. Who likes to show off? Who likes to be in front? Who likes to leave behind? There are people that you ask them, come to the microphone and say, like, over my dead body. It doesn't mean they are not good people. It doesn't mean they are shabby. It doesn't mean they are not intelligent. It's just that is not who they are. That is not the space they belong. But ask them to go and design graphics. Because people will ask you, who is this graphic designer? So you must also identify who people are. Now the caveat, let's continue please. The caveat, it is not about the number of books you read, but the number of strategies implemented from the books you read. Many books contain a single idea, but to make it publishable, authors usually enrich the books with unnecessary information. Once you find that one idea, go straight to implementation. So I tell people, someone can read 200 books and it doesn't show. The way they think, not the young foundation, not a fine they still speak with no regulation. But if you read one book and implement that one idea, you're better than someone who has read 200 books without doing any of them. That's the important. And now how do you transform society? You transform society by transforming your mind, by transforming yourself. And reading helps you, the way you think, the way you do things, the way you write, when to say what. You know, things that are trending, and you know that the new CV now in the workplace is social media. People really ask you for a CV, they just ask you, what's your LinkedIn user, what is your Facebook username, and that's all the CV now. And people see you, people know you, people hear you before they meet you. That's one thing you know. How? Because they read your post. They see when they are dragging someone, you go and mention in the comment section, Joy, where is my charger? They have seen it, and they know that you like gossip, and this person is not suitable for our workplace. So I'll continue. He said, there is no transformation of the mind without the implementation of what has been read. I told you there was a time I used to drag to people that read so much book this year. And then sometimes I said, what's the change of all the things I've read? How has it impacted my life? How has it influenced me? So I stopped reading plenty books. I just read one, execute that one for that one, and I watch how the things will change me. So I continue. The founder of Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, says that ideas change the world. But I tell you, it is not true. Ideas don't change the world. Just like they say, experience is the best teacher. What if you die in the process of experiencing something? They say you jump from a mountain, you learn how to land. What if you jump and on your own case, there's a rock in front, and just go and land and crash? How will you learn in hell or in heaven? I don't know where you're going. So, it is not ideas that shape or change the world. It is executed and implemented ideas. So when you read, you implement what you read. And then what to do? Set your reading goals. Tell yourself, instead of saying, I'm going to read 200 books this year, it's already August. Some of you that are saying, I'm going to read 50 books, I can tell you, you've not even read 5. The 5 you read, you've not finished. It is just the path. But what you should do is tell yourself every day before I go to bed, it's a habit. Anybody who has left in my house will know this. Before I leave my bed, I've read like 2 chapters of any book at all. And because I know that I can easily get bored or tired, I spread my bed with books. So if I will have 2 by the foot or have 2 by the head. If I read fiction and I get tired, I'll pick a self-help book. If I read self-help book and I get tired or bored, I'll try dark psychology. I'll just read anything, but I'll make sure that I read for that 2 hours before I go to the house. So you set a boundary for yourself. It can be 2 chapters for yourself, it can be 2 pages. There is no how you read it. It's an accumulation of information. When you gather it, there will be impact in your life. People will see like, this guy does not write the things he used to write before. This guy is not saying the way he used to speak before. And then start small. Tell yourself, I want to just write, I want to just read at least 3 pages today, and tomorrow morning I'll read another 2 pages by evening before I go to bed. One thing I'm reading before going to bed is that the things you think, even in your dream, it shapes your dream. You need to have some sleep, you're like, oh my God, I see yourself in the rich man, you're like, okay, don't worry about it. So, like I said, you start small, get a reading timetable. Mine is already incorporated in me. Once it's 2 a.m., I'll wake up. If you call me throughout the day, once you call you by 2 a.m., you get to because I'll be awake. I've been reading from secondary school by 2 a.m. And right now, except I'm very tired because sometimes I close from work by 10, sometimes by 12 a.m. And when I get home now, you're telling me to wake up by 2 a.m. and read, are you okay? How? So I'll wake up by that 2 a.m. and I'll tell myself, okay, go back to school before you die. So I'll force myself to sleep, but naturally by 2 a.m. I'll be awake. So if the people I work with, they say, you want to reach God, they say, call it by 2 a.m. I'll just be there. And then I'll continue. Implement what you read. Try writing a fiction work. So if you read a fiction work, it's try to, sometimes you read a work and you are telling yourself, I think I'm a better writer than this writer. But why is he a writer? Because he has published that work. And you've not published your work just like you. Don't be like doing this. Try writing a fiction work when you read one and get inspired. Your immediate environment. So people ask, where do I get content from? This is where you get content from. Your immediate environment is your first source of content. Now, people read leadership books, but they don't implement it. They tell you, there's this girl, she likes to be younger in my team. Someone who does younger in Nigerian context, that's person is extroverted, he likes talking to people, he likes meeting people. He will tell you that this person is outspoken. Can you put them in a spot where they have to constantly speak? Can this person be the media relations officer in your organization? Can this person be the head of corporate communications? Find out what people are good at and put them in a place that can function with their gift. When you put people in a place they are most competent, they will deliver beyond their expectation. And then I also continue, says, implement the leadership lessons you read in books in your team's organization you're leading. Monitor and evaluate impact. Don't just implement, watch out to see. Has this been effective? How effective is it? And then write something every day. I write about my life, I have a journal. That my back that others is only there's a journal there. When I finish this thing, I'm going to tell myself how I was sweating when I was doing this presentation. It is funny, but at least it helps me write. Write something every day about your life, experience at work, insight from book quotes. There was a time when I speak, I was just a quote. I always remember a line from the word. And I discovered that I became monotonous. People can predict me. Once I mount the stage, it's a quote. So I stopped. In spite of the fact that I have so much quotes, I don't bring them out. I just bring them there. But someday in writing, it can help me. And you know, writing is very easy and very hard. Why is it easy? Is it that you can even change someone's ideas, just change the word, change everything, and you got your own word. Not exactly the way the author said it, but because you just incorporate it with your own immediate environment and your own experiences. And then you also have, most importantly, be the first person to cheer you up and laugh at your mistakes and errors and silly jokes. The point is, when I make a mistake, I'm the first to laugh at myself. I And when I came out now, I already felt guilty because of what doctor was saying. That some people criticize themselves so much that they don't want to do things. Yes, I am that person that I always like perfection. I'm not so good when I'm not going out. But at the end of the day, I discovered that it's not a good thing, it's not a good trait. So I started working on it. And then I'll continue. Conclusion. Mark Twain, one of the American foremost and prolific writers, says, "A man who does not read is not better than a man who cannot read." Therefore, I encourage you to think before you speak and read before you think. These are not actually my words, but the words of Frank Legos. Thank you so much. Go on. So, yes, go on, continue. Keep going. Alright, so that's just about me. I'm a writer, an avid reader, a researcher. And I'm saying this one to attract doctor because I know this is a research interest too. So my research interest is postcolonial studies, trauma, feminism, and the cold physical literature. I write when I'm not speaking, and I speak when I'm not writing. Thank you so much for listening.
Please, you will have to clap better. Those students were not because of the heat. It was because of the many things he has to say but will not say. Please, once again, let's give Mr. Lovely Magdalene a designing round of applause. No, in his concluding note, he said something. He said two things. Now let's put it into one. So you read before you think, before you speak. No, he said think before you speak, read before you think. So now let's progress it. You read before you think, before you speak. Let us be about wow. Alright, so one thing I like about what the first two speakers have said, if you were here yesterday, very nice to be that it is not far from what we've been saying. So if you were here yesterday and you're here now, and you still are doing, it's not my fault though. I'll have you to blame for it. He has asked the questions of how many books have transformed you. I don't want to answer. I want you to hear yourself, because if you tell me now, I will not promise you, I will not judge you. I will judge you. I will judge you with my protest. So we're going to take questions now. We're going to take questions. So when you ask your question, you direct it to either
published to actually reaching and impacting the intended audience. Number two, as someone preparing to launch my book on November 15th, how can I intentionally position my book to stand out in today's crowded publishing space? And then number three, what does it take to get you to criticize someone's manuscript? Thank you.
Thank you. It doesn't take time to decide. The only problem is time. Maybe it was like 2 years ago, like right now. Very for me. So I have to put up the reading for some months. There's space to read. So that's it. So if you are patient, you are willing to wait, then you will definitely be ready. Whether the answer is in raw form or it's already published, because there are levels of reading. So it's a manuscript. And maybe I need to do editing. And if it's a published book, maybe I need to do a review. So, depending, I have to check anyway. So most times when I receive manuscripts, I actually will hand over to the team. A number of people who really have been have the time to read. So at all times, if you have a manuscript, you can always send it. Able hands that will read, give feedback. Yes, you can, to market your books, you need to put yourself out there with social media. In fact, if you're not on social media right now, you are not really in existence. That's how bad it is, right? If you're not on social media right now, you're not, sorry. Well, I'm just putting that lightly, but it's serious. Because the realities have shifted over the last 2 decades. So now we have this physical world, we also have the spiritual world, but we also have another reality now called the virtual world. And sometimes we have to connect you. There has to be a connection between the you, the physical world, and the you that we see in the virtual space. In order for us to act up your identity, really know who you are. So if you tell someone, Joy Apple, they'll run to Facebook to check. They'll go to Google your name. And if they go, they don't see you. You might detract from your identity, seriously. So you need to be there on LinkedIn, you have to be there on Facebook, you have to be there on Twitter, and we call it X. And you need to be able to navigate those spaces in terms of how you present yourself, your identity, and what you have to offer to the world. Most times it's not really all about you saying, buy my book, buy my book. People need to know what you have to offer, first of all, you know, and then they need to follow you based on that talent that you have, the identity that you preserve, the things that you do there, you know, and then once in a while when you have a book like that and you show, people will then buy. You just have to be strategic. And then we have many book marketing platforms around. Some book can even go as far as doing Amazon KDP publishing. You know, it's very good. At least it makes you out there. Not until you sell a book, right? Just having that your book there is very important. Okay, and we also have bookshops, some good bookshops, right, around. I can go and place your books. You can attend events like this and talk about your books when you have an opportunity. You just have to be creative. Like, if I wanted to talk about my books, when I got there, I would have just been creative in saying, oh, I've written this, I've written this, I've written this, right? And then people will know. So you just have to be creative and strategic. And attend events, book launches, book fairs, there are some events like that. You need to join the Association of Nigerian Authors. It's also good to be in this gathering. I must really thank the founders, the managers of the writers Nigerian network. I've heard of you guys. You know, I'm in the writing business, so but I think just first I just made here to the environment of what you guys are doing. Great work. So you have to be here too. You make work, right? And you need to get your book to the students. I don't know what kind of book you write, but you can, if it's like poetry, fiction, there's nothing stopping you to go to the Ministry of Education, see when the book review, and then you can have your book reviewed and into the system. That way you sell more copies. And go to universities, Department of English, make lecturers. Someone might want to use your work for seminar, project, depending on what you want. If it is motivation that bookshops around like manipulate those books. So just strategic things that we can do to sell your book. What was the first question?
What can you say is the most overlooked or critical factor that determines whether a book goes beyond just being published to actually reaching and impacting its intended audience?
Still marketing. Still marketing. Still marketing. Sometimes you can publish a very good book, but if you don't have a good marketing strategy, the book will not reach the desired reader. Okay? And but the most important thing is that you get the book published well, first of all. And then the next one is all about marketing. And publishers is really pouring a lot of money into marketing because it's very costly to market stuff. So you continue to do how do they call it? Facebook sponsored ad. You know what that means? You run an ad for every 3 days to get the book to run around the internet in the area you want it to run. And it's very costly. And there are other forms of campaigns that you need to do. So it's just all about marketing. That's what makes the difference. You know, some people just publish their books and then it is read around friends and the family, and that's not the best way. So, but the internet is very good. You can have bloggers blog, right? For instance, I have a blog, blog.com. I used to discuss literature and books. So there are other bloggers like that can, for a fee, you can post your book, write reviews by your book. And mind you, it's not all people who should write a review. You can get critics to make comments about the book and it's posted on different platforms. And then with time, the book will have a value of its own. Don't just be too forceful. When you are too forceful, you will think you will come up as best friend. You just have to be strategic, right? And the book is meant to live forever. So the book is meant to live forever. So just do what you can. Do what you can. Give the rest to posterity.
Thank you very much, sir. So, we already said that whoever asks questions should get an audio of this. Next time.
So I said something about writers presenting themselves with words that it makes them know what to begin because you're discouraged by what you've done so far. So I'm asking what the balance between telling yourself, hey, you're not good enough, so keep putting in the work, or you're not good enough, just to encourage yourself to keep putting in the work and criticizing yourself.
I think self-criticism is bad, especially if it's getting to extreme, right? We've got to a point in literary criticism where we now come out and say this work is bad or just pure condemnation. That's why I was saying if you have to criticize someone's work, you have to tell the person specifically what is wrong with the work. Not just a blanket statement that the work is of no use. You have to be specific so that the person can use that suggestion, I call it suggestion, to prove the work. So otherwise, when you are done writing your work and you know within yourself that you try, why don't you take it to outside yourself, someone who is objective? Let that person be the one to tell you, okay, you can publish this work. But for instance, in Atlanta publishers, if the work comes to us, we don't even decide in the company that the work is publishable. It's not our job to do that. We have to send it to an external person, external assessor, someone in the field. It's the person who will read the work and then give us feedback on whether the work is publishable or not. So that is one way of knowing whether your manuscript. Test it, check it out, test it. Test it and get feedback. Even if you start with a friend, you may not really trust the opinion of your friend, but your friend may not want to help you. Try someone that's a bit far away, one that will give an objective assessment without looking at your face or looking at your emotion. Try saying you want to publish with a good publisher. When they are rejecting the manuscript, for instance, they might give you the reason why the manuscript has not gone through. So that's it. So don't criticize yourself. We have moved away from that point where we condemn people's work, right? So works have grade of excellence, right? And perfection is something that we strive to attain without ever getting better, right? I don't think there's a perfect writer out there. They are just good with what they are doing in some aspect of writing. Read critics, you know that, right? So what you need to do is to do your best and let the work out there. Sometimes, even your generation will not appreciate what you've written. Sometimes the appreciation will come after you die, 100 years after, but that's the truth. You can publish that book, nobody cares about it. After 50 years, when you're in the grave, the world will now start making noise. Right? That's the irony about writing. And it is something that you confirmed over and over again in the history of literature. So don't criticize yourself too much. All right.
Changes in other publishing, should authors still prioritize getting ISBN, or can they succeed without it?
Well, the truth of the matter is, you cannot claim that you have published your work without getting ISBN. ISBN means International Standard Book Number. It's the number that justifies that the work has been published. If you do not have ISBN, the work is just a printed work. It is not published and cannot be identified anywhere in the world as a published work. So, if you are going to publish a work, you need to go about it the right way. That means you need to be guided by a good publisher. Because some people might just know that they have published the work, but it is not published. Understand? So, that is the idea. You have to go to the publisher. The publisher will guide you through the stages of publication. Publishing is a field on its own. And only people who know the stages of getting the book published should be allowed to do the business, right? So, but for you, just know that if your book does not have ISBN, that book is not published. You cannot claim that that book is published. And that ISBN is unique to that book. No other book on earth has that number. So you have to get it at the right place. If that is a good publisher in town or anywhere. Okay? So you will not be scammed, you will not be schemed out. Somebody just gives you something and calls it a number. It's not a number for that book. Please. So very important. What will the publisher accept that? And you need definitely need ISBN. When you pick up a book, you open, check whether it has ISBN. There's a place you can go to check whether that ISBN is real. Alright, thank you. Thank you very much.
So there are many bookstores that are actually unpublished.
5 p.m. talk. Okay, that's the one you should get. For the book that is set out and has a kind of narrative from right. narrative, the story, yes, that's the book. But if you are a starter, you are starting to read, and you always find yourself challenged with concentrating time to read, maybe an hour or two, just every time you read the page, you get tired, you get bored, you want to read. I highly recommend any book by, not any book, books on the Orlando series by Dan Brown. The Origin, Incredible, Angels and Demons. Any of those books, just get them, because Dan Brown writes with three angles. If you finish chapter 1, you will not close, you don't go to chapter 2. If you finish chapter 2, you will not close until you go to chapter 2. In fact, before someone goes you out of your house, by that time you can be angry someone. So the book is so interesting and intriguing, they are thrillers. If any book from Dan Brown that has the Orlando series, but for the first one, it starts with the 5 a.m. clock. That's one of the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so no matter how many times you read your own work, you'll never get it to standard of perfection. That is just a fact. So yes, it is good for you to repeat your work, but at a point, you want that work to be very good. It has to pass through other eyes apart from yours, because you are limited when it comes to how you see yourself and what belongs to you. You can have self-criticism, but your self-criticism, the sense of it is based on fear of criticism itself from someone else. So the best thing to do is read your work, yes, but don't let the work be published without people outside yourself reading the work, because they will see the work more objectively compared to how you have done. They will see what you do not see while reading the work. So that is how to approach it. There's a limit to what you can do when it comes to eating yourself. Okay? It's better to hand over the work. Once you are done with the work, you have no business with it anymore. It is for you to let it go to the publisher, let it go to the editors, and let them be the judge, right? And get the work published for you. What remains then will be for the viewers and the readers to have their say. But you cannot move the work from self-editing to publication. Then there are bound to be issues. There will be issues with that work. So yeah, you can edit yourself, but most importantly, let others read that work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for the speakers and the questions, and as well as the answers. No, people are just shooting me on. No people are shooting me, people are just shooting me. Because if it's to edit book, there's I think that there were 3 books I'm working on. I have edited the books more than I've updated the books. Each time I go back to look at them, I'm like, oh, okay, this should have been this other way. More than I am adding to it, so I have learned a lot, and I hope you have learned too. Who is not learning here? Anybody? Okay, nobody. So once again, give yourselves a round of applause for attentiveness. It's not your clapping for. Okay. We should have the third speaker for today join us online, Mr. Paul Oda. Can we have him projected so we can progress? Yesterday he was speaking from a point of angry, and he promised us that today he will give us key nuggets on how to succeed. Whoever sort of thing said yesterday about writing in the leadership sphere. Nobody. Yeah, I remember. Can talk and answer. Okay. So what's
one of the things he said is that you cannot want to successfully and appropriately write if you do not read a lot.
okay? That's good. Round of applause for her. This one I remember something for the benefit of those that weren't here yesterday, so they can catch up with the continuation today. Anybody? Okay.
He also added that some leaders cannot read well because of their inability to read well. But some leaders are deficient of their leadership abilities because they are not accumulated so much when it comes to reading. So he really mentioned that point and he emphasized it very well.
Thank you very much. Any other? Please snap or walk on.
I'll put this the way I understood it, but it is what he said. He talked about editing ourselves into becoming a complete content. So the way I understood it is that we are a piece of content. And we keep editing ourselves until we arrive at the final piece of the content. So we are never complete. Who you are today is not the completion of you. You have to keep editing yourself. Keep editing yourself until you have an understanding.
Thank you very much. Please a round of applause for that. Okay, so Mr. Paul, welcome back to. Welcome back to the second day, or welcome to the second day of the Writers with the Network's Creative Writers and Readers Bootcamp. And we are very excited to have you join us from Rwanda. Please, once again, a round of applause for Mr. Paul. Thank you for joining us, sir. You can have the screen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the privilege of having to be here with you. I barely have about 15 minutes to be here, so I hope to make the best of it. First off, I know Lovely is still around. I must apologize to Lovely. Lovely doesn't like these things. He doesn't like this thing that I keep. I want to apologize to him, but I will take it up very soon. So let us be brothers. Let's be kindred spirit in that fight. I've followed the session all through since the beginning. I've learned quite a lot of things from Prof. I've learned quite a lot of things from Lovely. I'm very aware that BNN is in the building. And please can we applaud him greatly? Can we applaud him greatly? He's not just a speaker, he's not just a writer, he produces a lot of results. I've already booked him, he's going to help me write something soonest. He has a lot of skills in writing. He produces books at a blow. Someone like me, it took me 3 years to write one book before I can. He does it with ease. He bets book as if he's giving to the children. So that's the thing that really does for you. It gives you an awareness of your strengths, and it just helps you know this is the area you're dominating, and you stay in that area and you dominate that area. So Akan is my mentor when it comes to books. I sincerely want to say thank you again to Madam Emily for having her here today, to speaking shortly. let me remind you again that this is a boot camp, right? There are most of us who have been part of boot camp sessions that last average 9 hours, for others it's 10. And I'm super glad a very fine, young, beautiful, awesome bird told me that there are refreshments after the boot camp session. Can we please appreciate the team who have designed this? I didn't have to read a book to know that I love food. I love food. I appreciate food. I respect food. I don't take food for granted. I'm a fan of food. And so it's good to have meetings with people that we share here and there. So just to begin with, yesterday I forgot, I did tell you. When you listen to all of the speakers, all of us who have been speaking in the course of this bootcamp, I don't want you to be carried away by the assumption that we've always loved to read. I don't want you to be carried away by the assumption that we did love the book. Some of us have had to embrace reading because of the necessity of that is laid on our purpose, our assignment. It's going to be difficult for a category what he does if he doesn't read. It's going to be difficult for us who has already written a book, to do the things that he does if he doesn't read. It's going to be difficult for someone like Saitinu or someone like Madam Emilion or Lovely to speak or do what they do if there is a lacking in books. So most of us don't read because we love to read. I don't read because I love to read. I read because there is a necessity of me to read. Right? And I'm not ashamed to say, I'm telling you, but I really haven't read books like that before now. The first book I ever read as a novel was Love Music, Love Dance. And that book, I read that book and I finished on the throne of something because some ladies came together and said, oh, if you read this, I will give you this amount of money. That was back then in 2013. And that's when for me the reading culture started because I broke away from the laziness, the mental laziness of not reading materials. I broke away with that single activity. You know, it took someone to incentivize it for me to actually read. But when I got into leadership, I knew I would do a read if I would be willing to stand before people. I've always said, if there is anybody in this audience right now who God has said to you, or you know by design, that you are designed to stand before kings and not name them, you naturally will know that there is need for you to read. If you are good to see your life, well done, and really good. So imagine that you being called by God, or your destiny is involved with the place of having to do quite a lot for God, or do so much imagination, and you are ignoring reading. It won't work like that. You will not be called to kings. I have not seen any individual who stands before kings whose level of reasoning is on the average or below average. Those who stand before kings to present their services or present their giftings are those who have spent a lot of time reading. You've got to understand the dynamics or the workings of the palace, and that happens that way. You have to see how people operate. I just found a particular speaker today, and I found out that there was a particular woman, the is not was, the is a particular woman who delivered more money to the White House. Many of you have heard that before, but I heard it today, and I think Anita B was done, and she said she had to research to know how to do, is it the name? Okay. So, I mean, she had to say she researched, she did this, she did that, and you see, the ethics, the work requirement of this lady went through to package and refine her value. We're not naturally normal things. You have to do and see and do and see. Your level of preparation, your level of preparedness, your level of addiction to materials, to reading, seasoned and quality materials, actually goes far towards determining what level you are at. Right? I've seen a lot of people grow, I've seen a lot of people stay stronger. But the reason for why they have stayed stronger has never been that they decided to give more to them. They will never. We had some discussion this year, and I think I had also recommended some books, and I think I want you to recommend some books, but I don't recommend books that they say very good. So let me just recommend books for the God of economic books. For adjusted my belief systems and made me swallow the pain of having to move from Uyo to right? Yeah. So those you need to read those two books, and then you see that every action that you make now, whether you decide to read or you refuse to read, they are on a compounded effect system. You will be a complete reflection of what actions you've done or actions you've done. So say that to say, please get those materials, read those materials, and don't just read them, don't just do something with them. Do something with them. There are three things that I think every writer should be involved in. Three things. You read with the objective of going. You read with the objective of doing. You read with the objective of being or becoming. Three things that you must understand. When you are doing creativity or whatever it is you're doing, whether you are a writer, you are a creative person, whether you are a speaker, whatever, you are doing those things with three things in mind. First, you are doing those things with the objective of going. Presupposes the part of impact. So you read, you do whatever it is you do with the objective of going towards making impact. You read or you do the things that you do with the objective of making you a doer. Even the Bible says that you are not blessed or you don't see results because you don't do. There has to be a doing system. That doing is supposed to lead you to become an inspiration. There are many people who have been inspired by my life because of the things I have done beyond the things that I have said. It's not enough to be a talker. It is important that you do certain things. It is in you that you inspire others to become. And then the last one being the part of becoming. At the end, who are you as a person? Are you a person of thinking? Are you a person who is an inspiration? Are you a person? What is the image that you become at the end? So three things you should forget. You read with the objective of enhancing your growing ability. You will be stunted on the path of destiny where there is deficiency in knowledge. I felt like you were a natural order. You will be enhanced to move. You will overcome hurdles. You will overcome limitations. The moment that you read, it helps you. It forces you to move, to go. Reading also the end helps you. It enhances your growing ability. And then it helps you evolve to the person that you are designed to be. The person who is the kind, the person who is the person who is the love day. It helps you to be. These people that you are having as speakers, they don't hear because they found speaking alone. No, these guys have, and these ladies have their levels of impact and result that they can show. So reading helped me become. Reading helped me to go. Reading helped me to do. That's why reverence and honor is given to our name. When you hear and you know that's what the place means. You know that's what someone who is careless. That's a name. You hear million, that's a name. You hear here. That's the name that's what you hear. When you hear that's what that name to you, that's someone who is going to us teams advocacy. There are many. Every individual that you give or pay homage or give honor to, you did that because they did something with themselves that turned completely these guys around and made them the object that you currently desire and want to be. So, reading, like I said yesterday, helps you to refine your vision. It helps you to embrace realities bigger than yours. It helps you to open up to several possibilities. And so, I'm beginning with what I stopped. I think I have many 5 minutes left. But going back to what I said, I started yesterday, we spoke about these 4 kinds of awareness that reading does or brings you into. The 4 kinds of awareness that reading opens you up to. You have, as a leader, as one, and when I say leadership, I'm not talking just about the environment of politics. I'm talking about the environment of creativity. That you lead in the creative space, you lead in the writing space, you lead in whatever space that you find yourself. Your objective there is to be the leader there. So I told you yesterday that there are 4 levels of awareness that you must get into. When you are reading, you must read to see this kind of inspired expression in your life. The first one is that reading breaks that indication that there is an inequality of race. Reading opens you up to the awareness that there is truly an equality of race. It means that whether black skin or white Madam M has done so. The objective of the first part to begin to injure yourself in the middle all the excellence in violence you have built is only for Ulu or only for South or only for Nigeria. No. The moment the league is removed from Africa, you are supposed to do impacts that is demanded by people from various territories. Then it gives you ease. It gives you a different belief system. Now you know that you don't go into rooms feeling privileged. When I start this session, I say and I say every time I ask to speak. It is truly a privilege to be in Bible school. But truly, if you ask me deep, is it a privilege for me to be speaking here? No, it really isn't like that. It is not. So there is when you get to a place of self-awareness, you know your value is demanded and required by many for their development. So that you don't go into rooms feeling very privileged. Oh, I'm so privileged that that is no. Really will put you up to a kind of awareness of yourself, your value. I'm grateful to be on this session. I truly am privileged to be invited. But on the other side, I really am, it's the feeling that people are listening to me. This is the kind of thing that really opens your mind up to. The second awareness that really does for you as a leader is that it opens your mind to understanding that you can. I can say a very young man's forehead, which I'm trying to remember. I have a player in the hand. I can see that the skill is all well. So really makes you see a forehead, and that's the forehead. So the second thing that really does for you as a individual is that it opens you up to understanding that there is an equality of systems when it comes to potentials. It means that everything, really opens you up to see that others have potential, and so you also have potentials. God has embedded treasures within excellency. What does that mean? It means that there is no place on the earth where we see no value, no treasure. It means also, even us we are made from dust. There is treasure, there is potential within us. Really opens your mind to the fact that you have value. Yes, we maybe rented shoes or rented clothes now. Yes, we are close to your home. Yes, your head may not be chilling. I don't know that because I don't have money. It's not like this. I don't even know like this, like that. But I mean, there are many people who may not have what it takes to have a good book. See, this is my good book. Why am I showing myself here? This is my good book. This is my good book. What I'm saying, that there are others who may not have several possibilities in their life now. Right? But it does not mean that there are no potentials within you. The potentials required and needed for your uplifting. You don't need to pray for them, they are already with you. Because there's a woman who made a prayer to God and said that she was at a very down point in her life, and then she made a statement and said, God, I am empty. I don't have anything. And if I'm all the anything that you have called me for, use that small thing to do me and help me to become what you want to become. That was the exact words of the woman. And God pointed her back to a speaking grace that he gave to her. And then she added the presence of God and encounters and love with God, and immediately that woman from the backside came to be, she became being the person that we all adore. That's the woman who raised Benedict. So you see that if your life begins, it means you come to the awareness that you have potential. How would you know? How would they know if they do not? How would they not accept their needs? How would they not accept somebody explains to them? This is what awareness does for you. It opens the fact that if somebody who was blind was able to create impact and get a woman who was blind, her words have been said in quoted quotes. There's hardly anybody who's doing anything that has to be vision or not program. I mean, she said, the statement she did was that to have sight and not have vision is worse than having, I can't remember what it is, but I mean, all of you understand what I was saying. She made that statement until today. It's almost a challenge who have eyes, they don't have vision. The woman didn't have the ability of sight, yet with what she could see of herself, she made so much impact and gave a lot of hype and the introduction to even creating the person in herself. So I'm asking you now, all the things that you have read in time past, do you read them for just pleasure alone, or what potential have these people? know yourself. I never knew a man could create impact directly to one of the laws of leadership. I never knew that I truly had the abilities for impact in the life of my own life and life of others because I read the book, Why You Have the Way You Do. I saw that my refusal to embrace my potential will crumble a lot of things in the life of others. So I opened up myself to possibilities I really do it. We are used to impact makers filling up stadiums, filling up auditoriums in their thousands. But we haven't really seen people in the church space, in the Christian space who can go up and then fill up auditoriums and stuff until Apostle 7 and the likes of Jerry Ezin began to do those kind of things. You see possibilities in the potential of others for your own self. That an individual can do a thing or has done something or broken records, it tells you as a person that, hey, I have the ability to break records. The third thing that really opens you up to creativity should open you up to, and the way that you should get into in order for you to begin to open up to possibilities in your life is the fact that there is also an equality with opportunities. Many people always argue with that, and I agree, I understand. Why would you say that I have all the opportunities that I have needed and they have come to me, yet my life is like this? I understand that. With God, there is an equality system when it comes to opportunities. I said it to myself in the morning. Every opportunity that was necessary for my lifting, it came. I knew it. Because we serve God who does not select who to the opportunities. No. A season comes in your life where He gives you the opportunity to know yourself. A season comes where He gives you the opportunity to invest in yourself and in your growth. That season comes to everybody. The reason why we have people that are celebrated and those who are not celebrated is because somebody did something with an opportunity that came their way to do the opportunities. When it comes to the quality of opportunities, you see, I've seen lame people. I mean, without any bias or something, I've seen these guys become impact makers. I've seen people who don't have hands or have legs. They command attention on. One of them travels to nation and hardly does any president of that nation not show up to be the They don't have hands, they don't have legs. And I have hands, I have legs. I have to post. I'm traveling before somebody comes. So you see that there is a system of opportunity for everybody. The only prayer you have to pray is to ask God to open your eyes to when the opportunities come. If I can make the post now, it runs into 100 people are on the post. Why? A man he did something in his developmental process and he has put something around his industry that made him the center of attraction. Why? He had an opportunity. He led well for that opportunity. He positioned well for that opportunity. My question to you is, what have you done with the opportunity that came your way? What else you are hoping that a big shot will come, a big opportunity will come? God gives you small opportunities. Somebody asks you about particular service, and you order it carelessly and say, besides, just a small thing. And you forgot that great people don't call small things. Great people don't call small things. I spent my years here preparing and sharpening my skill as well because I'm expecting that the time will come when the opportunities will come. And when those opportunities don't come, and they don't tell you. God gives to every individual opportunities. The opportunities that are responsible for the king. When I teach like this, Bible is how we do it. And I agree. And now I've sworn a swearing with myself and my God. I will not teach you theory. I will not teach you theory. I stayed with theory for years, really helped me. So I will do what I want to teach you theory. I will not teach you theory. I will teach you what you can implement now. Or at least I will push you. If you name it, I push you to make it back. I push you to purpose. That's my job. So I won't come and stand and tell you stories. Upon that day when it came for this to happen, and man will come, this, that, our name will just tell you, sorry for the I just try to say something. So it is important. It is important. You have to see as what someone said, you guys will have to make you where like this. Because those who are rebelling are few. It's true. Most of you will be like this. You are in rebelling ministry. So the first thing I said is that there is an equality of system in ways. Don't think they are doing you a privilege by inviting you to go stage. Don't put yourself in that level. Know that you have given you the right to be respected, the right to be accepted. Just work on your value. Second level of equality that you get into is the equality of potential. It means that there is nobody, regardless of the equality shape or form now, who God did not put within the potential that will become a seed for the forests that you have been designed for. Number 3, at the end of it, it pushes you or plunges you into the equality of opportunities. Make do with sharpening your opportunities in family. Regardless of where it is you are in. I say it again, I'm bringing this story to you, not that I'm making those specific. I'm only serving as the first Nigerian to be elected as president of the Open Nigerian School SHG here in the Academic University of houses about 40 countries across the world. And Nigerians are minority here. They have to be, this is additional, at least I have to sit down and rephrase to myself if I have election. We're not in the majority here. Our country's track record in fair, this is recording. I won't say honestly. Our country's system of leadership almost cost me my election here. Just mentioning my country's system almost cost me election. So you see, I'm regardless of my disadvantages, regardless of my inabilities, insufficiencies, it didn't stand a chance to robbing me of the opportunity to serve you. Why? I admit it, I accept it. I have what it takes to lead people from different countries. I have what it takes to lead from different nations. I have what it takes to be called by the African Union to speak and listen. I have what it takes. Why? The potential is within me. The last thing I leave you is that there is an equality. There is an equality of endowment. Yeah, this is the bootcamp, yes, but there is, this is a Christian thing too. There is the equality of endowment. What that means is, if you think that by doing 1 + 1 + 1 they will give you 3 in the pathway of destiny, you are going to fall. You are going to struggle for a long time. There is an endowment system that God has given and you for every individual. An endowment is the backing that God gives to your call. An endowment is the assistance that God gives to you. An endowment is the hand that God places on you. If I will tell you now that all the advantages and the breakthrough that we see, I will see them only by reason of my value, I'm lying to you. But you think that the people that have met in my short life, that I met them on the basis of my value alone, I am still lying to you. If I tell you that the opportunities I have received in this my life, in fact, to make it clear, I didn't win this election only because I'm a leader. In fact, what I do is keep against me. That there are too many leaders, what's the impact it has? It took God, I mean, see some young men stood up and were doing anyhow, mixing me up on the election. I don't have to talk too much. I'm a very short person. I'm a very humble, phlegmatic person. So I don't know how to make issues. I don't know how to make people around me. And some young men, they tearing stuff. It took God to remove somebody a day before the election. Oh my God. I just told God, I don't know how to fight. You fight for me. I don't know how to struggle. You do struggle for me. Help me. Help me now. And one time, somebody made a mistake. That mistake I made, he pulled me out of it. Election came, and against all odds, I still live. I've seen the hand of God on my walk too much to say that God is not blocking your greatest spot. No. There are many people who have said, I mean, this year, I got a very sporting text message from a particular senior friend of mine. He's doing on 5 times my level. He's doing 5 times. 5 times. He told me, he said, when you come in right now, it took us 10 years to release money to 7 years in his work of ministry. He told me, when you come here now, when you're 50 and when you're getting the result of people in their 10 years, I can is right now, where anyone is right now, there are people who have done those things for years. There is the backing that God gives to you. There is that. So 4 things I want to leave with you today. Number 1, accept that you have the equality of potential. Accept that you have the equality of race. Accept that you have the equality of opportunities. When you understand this, it will kill the seed of envy within you. I don't envy anybody. They are blessed, I admire, I applaud, I appreciate. And then lastly, accept and work for the endowment that God has for us. Take your gift to God and ask Him to place them on your feet. Take it there to Him. Ask Him to help you. In about 4 or 5 months, we make impacts in this office that many people make in 2 years. And I'm not trying to make any boast or anything, I'm just telling you, and it happens because there is the backing of God. So like I said this today, the book that you have closed today is a potential you have closed yourself to. It's an opportunity you have closed yourself to. It's an empowerment you have closed yourself to. It is also an opportunity you have closed yourself to. So open books, read, look at people's lives, learn, find empowerment, find inspiration. But by all means, don't allow us to post these bootcamp next year. And you came and you come the way that you came this time. We want to see that a small person has become a mighty one. We want to see that a weak nation has become a strong nation in next year. Thank you so much again for the people of having to be here. I know that it is boiling to be speaking and I want to be so I have to end my session right now. But allow the master to speak so that the student can listen and learn. Thank you so much again. God bless you.
Okay, he did not hear that best clap, so you clap again for him. Thank you so much, Mr. Paul, for that thought-provoking session. So if you have any questions while he's still on the call, you can ask. No questions? So we all have...
I can answer.
Okay, since there are no questions, let's all give him another round of applause. Thank you so much, Sir Paul. We are so blessed to have you on this session, and we know that we will always remain blessed to have you. We are getting into another serious moment now. Let's hold on the thoughts, or let's just put small pause to it, not a post up, pause to it, and then we'll have a book review session. How many people here love book reviews? Maybe you don't love, just pretend now, at least for today. Since you get to Bootcamp, at least pretend. Oh, wow. Well, let's say you would love this one, because the book that will be reviewed will be a very relevant book. Well, I can even come review the book before the reviewer has come on board. So it's going to be like, not a regular book review, just expect something spectacular, expect something mind-blowing. And for this session, we'll be having 3 people. We'll be having 3 people. The first person is Miss Ima Basi. We also have Pastor Daniel Basi and the person I call the floor, Master Goodness Ibeyo. I will be reviewing a book for the next 20 minutes, and feel free to join them in the book review. however possible. Just, can we all see them clearly? Let's be sure that you're carried along. Alright, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Just in case you want to just have small patience. The refreshment will come after. So my name is Ima Masindo, and with me I have and we're here for a short book review session. We're talking on the book The Parlor Wife by Solution Apande. So I'll quickly run through the summary and we'll go into the discussion proper. This book is, when Mr. Lovey was talking, he talked about feminism and he talked about how you write a book or you read a book and you see its relatability with the person that you are. So this book is a little too close to home in the way it makes me think of how I was and how God had transformed me. So the book is centered on Kehinde, who comes into the realization that she does not have control over her life and her choices. She's a twin, who is a twin with Taiwo, and they are of the family, their parents are middle class people. Father is a fisherman, while mother is a trader. The book exposes us to Kehinde, who has always known that the world, society, her parents will pick her brother over her as a person. There's that show of patriarchy in the book where it comes to a point where Taiwo and Kehinde have a scholarship and they pick Taiwo over Kehinde to go to school. So Kehinde has to navigate her life alone and make the choices on her own. Eventually, something happens that's the beginning of everything that builds her life. Her father dies, and then they give her a choice. It's either she marries an older man, Mr. Ogunjobi, or she's left alone to figure out her life. Kehinde thinks she makes the right decision when she chooses to marry this older man and move with him to his house. Now things don't go so smoothly because she does not have a relationship with her husband. She doesn't even know who he is prior to the marriage. So she goes into the marriage and then everything unveils in the way she's shocked. Her husband is not who she thought he was, or rather who he fashioned himself to be in public. He's corrupt, he's evil, and he's condescending. And being the third wife out of 3 older women, Kehinde is confused. She doesn't know anything about marriage. She cannot connect to being someone's wife overnight. So we see her struggling with marital life, personal choices, and other things. Kehinde looks up to her husband for direction, but instead her husband talks to her condescendingly and treats her as an object. He calls her my flower, and I mean that's supposed to be a nice name, but the way he treats her is like an object, more like a plastic flower. Sit here, do this, do that. You have no right, you have no opinion of your own. Kehinde tries to figure out herself in this setting or in this environment that she finds herself. Her husband, Mr. Ogunjobi, tells her that he has an opportunity for her. She's to become a store trader. For someone who wanted to be a writer, that is not that much of an opportunity. So she opposes him. I'd rather be a writer. I have an opportunity, take free. But he says no wife of mine will be a writer. You cannot want to do something that I oppose. So she goes into the market to try to navigate her life, and as God may have it, she meets a woman, Madam Titi, who exposes her to things that she do, to the possibility. It's a point that got a lot of opportunities, to the opportunity that she could be better than what she currently is, being a parlor wife. This woman gives her a job at the secretary, and we can see how Kehinde navigates her life from that point. She puts everything she has in that secretary. She personally puts her voice, her energy, her power. She writes articles, she writes things. She helps them protest against the cultural, or should I say, the improprieties of being a black woman in a black society. Unluckily for her, her husband finds out that she's doing something else other than being a trader, and he beats her. He burns her journal, and he it stops her from going outside or doing anything other than staying at home and being a parlor wife. Here we can see that Kaine comes to the point where she feels as if she doesn't have any other opportunity. But luckily for her, she thinks beyond her situation. She decides to find a way around the opportunities that her husband has. She gathers a visa and she travels abroad. Going abroad, she finally feels like she has a voice of her own. So the story ends with that highlight of hope that no matter your situation, no matter how bad it is, there's that possibility that if you press on with consistency and hope, you can always get to where you want. Thank you very much. So I'd like to ask the first question that we're going to be discussing today, and that is between your personal goals and fulfillment and your parental expectations, or should I say societal expectations, which should take more priority in your life as a person?
First of all, it's from you about 2025, that's like but this I'm looking to this I'm saying and this is woman 19 years. The answer is because I should start by telling you a story. It's from a movie, series, you understand well. And it's a side character, she was a princess or something, and then she had the opportunity to get married to the king of Japan. No, I'm the prince of Japan. And then like, oh, she had a daughter, someone that she loved, and she was like, should I do this place? Should I do prince of Japan? And I helped out, once I wanted to like, that she could be prince of Japan. Because like this, I'm like, when a woman, because this 17th century, when a woman is very difficult thing to have anything. Let me just say your property there, kind of. And then at the end, she decided to choose the prince of Japan because like it's easier for influences, it's easier to change society when you are in that. So if it's been like 2025, I'm choosing myself, choosing what's happening. I'm not going to go and if I woman and then do that man, I'm going to my mind to that man. I'm choosing myself. But in 1940, as a woman then, and then like my okay, she's not sick, but her father died actually, so like they had very challenges. And my father died, there's no one support me. The boy that told me that was about to go to big kind of the work or someone was there. So like I mean she's alone to be hard and mother and most of the income and then I to be kind like invest in the I mean like I'm going to choose now, but like in that kind of situation it's good for my choice, not with my parents' choice. So everything I'm still self, as long as they say when adults, I am for myself. I'm not just about it, but like she's always selfish, she always thinks about herself first. And that's what I was about myself first. And like as I'm telling you, I was about myself like going after that time. But I'm not just about anything as a place, so I'm going to go and be right, but like I'm going to try to go my way to this day, to be spiritual to buy. And then like just like people try to make him towards like sponsor my writing job. Because it's different when a rich person is sponsoring you like it's backing you. This is 1940. 1940 writing was very difficult because then writing as a woman was a different thing, like it was unfair. So like when a rich man is now just sponsoring like so like I'm saying I was still in the day, I would have married him, but I would have tried to make it.
So you said something and you said in modern day you will not choose your parental expectation, your parents' expectation of you over yourself. Don't you think that makes you appear selfish or self-centered? Considering these people brought you into the world, I mean they put you through school and everything. You don't think that that's selfish?
I don't think it is nice that I'm selfish. I just say something like she's selfish. Well, I will not call that selfishness. I'm just saying what most people say. It's not selfishness, it's my life. It's me, myself. I am looking myself, not for performance. I'm a person which is not just so like, you are looking at yourself for yourself. Your parents have a life for yourself. Your siblings have a life for yourself. What you get, don't have to get, have a life for yourself. And we are all different people.
but we are also considering the attendant effect of the decisions on the people you just mentioned, your parents, the other. Okay, so let's look at, for instance, I came in who made a very selfish decision to go into the army. You see that selfish decision emotionally affected Kennedy. Even though the boy was supporting, but Kennedy was not like very well because she was expecting the backing of her brother. Remember, they are twins. And of course, she had worked with him for a very long time. So I mean, we have to also think about other people when making decisions. Yeah, I think it's very necessary.
It's good to think about them. I'm not going to think about them, but this is like this is you are going to leave this person for like forever.
I think here we have to agree to this.
Yes, we have like corporations, like second one of them. I'm asking you, is feminism a concept? It needs to be pushed by women, or should like all genders participate? Because like people at time, and it's not still time was like push, but like time was the place that supported me. Time is making it important. And time was the and things that supported me into the world, or the right now. So if feminism needs to be pushed by women or protect us.
I think over time we have come to the knowledge of feminism and the way social media has painted it out to be, it is radicalized right now. But we're talking about the normal definition of feminism, which is equality, giving women equal rights as we're giving out to men. Now the question is feminism a concept that is supposed to be pushed only by women? And the answer to that question is no. I think Mr. Loke highlighted something where he said that there's this concept people have that patriarchy and feminism is something that men are the only ones that subject women. But it's actually funny because women can also subject and victimize their fellow women. And this is so obvious in the story. They had a twin brother, Taiwo, and he was right beside her. Oh, he did not want her to marry Mr. Ogunjobi. He did not want her to go into a life that she knew nothing of. He was right beside her, telling her, tell your parents no. Tell our parents no. I will support you. I will be there with you. But she could not speak up for herself. It is actually funny that Kande's mother, who is supposed to not only support her daughter, but also have that motherly love they say women are embedded with, is the one that is pushing her daughter out to marry. And we can see that the antagonism, or should I say, this chauvinistic behavior in Kande's mother's life is not only in big matters, not only in marriage. When Taiwo and Kande have disagreements, the mother will ask Kande to apologize to Taiwo, but not the other way around. Kande, moving further to her husband's house, is met with her co-wives. The first wife does not like her at all. In her opinion, she thinks that this younger wife is coming to steal the husband's love away from her. But there is no love at all. This husband is treating all three wives the same way, condescendingly, insolently, and treating them as if they are objects. One would think that in a situation where women find themselves together, being opposed or being subjugated by a man, they should come together and create that bond. But no, Madame Tope stays on her own, and she treats Kande as if she's an idiot. Bringing this into the modern day, you think about how women who are in higher positions disregard women who are not in those positions. It's more like feminism should be for anybody that is successful, like all successful women. You can stand up and say you're feminist. But if you are somewhere, if you're just, being a housewife, you don't have a right to be a feminist. Because it's been like a motion that is pushed by people who are in higher positions. So if you've not gotten there, if you don't have that success that we can clap loud and applaud for, you have no right to say you're a feminist. That is a very wrong concept. And the essence of this question is to transform your mindset if you have that notion that feminism can only be pushed by women. Men can be feminists because it's all showing equality between men and women. Thank you very much.
they should be different, but they might be different from everything that we're talking about. The reason is maybe the name, the word that we are using is especially as these people. But actually, it's for both sex, like gender equality. Like, it's for both sex, it's not like it's just for the women of the time. That's also implementing the men, that's implementing. And like, even if they are talking about the women issue and also about, we all have, what we say, we all have women who have family. All that, sister, husband, sister. So, that's like, woman, you are one, and okay, it's like third question now. I don't know if you say it, but I'm trying to okay, it was in the story, I don't know what she said, but in the story, then came the class, and then she was married, so she meets another guy, she meets a and then she likes him, and then she's married to this person, look at the new class already, and then she had a relationship with this guy. Like you mentioned now, it's still just
No. Is cheating justified? No. But in the context of Islam, it is. So part of feminist ideology is my body, my choice. I have the right to my body, I have the right to choose what I choose to do with my body. Part of the feminist ideology. Now, remember that this is an elderly man. Let's go back to the beginning of the problem. When she had her first sexual experience with Mr. Ogunjobuka, whatever he asked her to do something that was strange. Kiss my toe. So he had a foot fetish, something that was very strange. Remember, this is someone that is very strange. So have no idea of what pleasure truly means, apart from what you had heard, overheard, while working past our parents having sex. Now, she meets what's his name? Emeka, through her neighbor in the market. And this guy is tall, he's handsome, he has everything she wanted. He's a writer. At a very young age. Let's hold it that she's 18. At the beginning of she's 18. So she got married at 18 years. So let's leave that aside. So yes, because she wants to explore what true pleasure means. Not with an old man who she does not have feelings for. Can you all hear me? Yes. Not with an old man who she does not have feelings for. Not with an old man who she does not have feelings for. But she wants to explore what true pleasure is. So that's why I'm saying a young man who is has the dreams, they are able to interact and relate.
I understand what you just said, but let us not forget that Kayinde had a choice to make in the beginning of the book. The man was older than you. You choose to marry her. Albeit the societal circumstances. Okay. If you choose to marry him, despite the circumstances, you want to stay faithful. Cheating is not justifiable under any circumstance.
Remember, we had stated the caveat. In fact, before her father died, the morning of that her father's death, they had an argument about her going to work at the West African pilot or getting married to Mr. Ogunjobuka. And now, the caveat, second caveat about putting out there is that it is societal pressure that puts her into that marriage. Why you let it go? Not just, so she was just reacting on an external pressure from society to get married. Her mom was expecting her to get married. Now, the guilt of her father's death and the last conversation she had with her father also pushed her into that marriage. So she did not do that willingly.
You can still say that despite the environmental pressures, it is her choice in a
yes, we can say that, but I'll still revert back to what I said earlier. My money, my choice. She had the right to choose who she wanted to have, who she wanted to have consensual sex with. Her money, her choice. Not one, okay.
I agree with you, and actually, like then, like marriage is a new place and a new place for that kind of woman. It was normal, so you ask me about one then, by that time. But like, I think it's okay because he was abusive, like, it was something like, it was like if he was a nice husband, he had that choice, right, because of the economic stuff. And it was a nice husband and everything. Now, like, yeah, she was just
If he was a nice husband, she was still going to do what she intended to do.
I don't know. But like, he was not a nice husband. And it was this day, it's not for someone to like, it was my car when she was that super rich and powerful. This happened in that house, it's like, this is a way for having like, it's class, I know she's, she has to like, so like, so yeah, for her, she's just like, but for us, in the times, I would not think, I just think it's just, I think she's like, I am really not putting out on the right place, but like, just a personal place that I feel that was happening.
I think the final question was to the public. I think the outstanding thing it's kind of is that the reason why she was exposed, the reason why she thought to leave above her societal expectations is because of the kind of books that she read. So we're going to ask the question, if Heide had not read those books, do you think that she would have been contented with being a parlor? Because she read books that, cut across the Nigerian society. So she was exposed to the fact that women could be much more than being a parlor. Would you now say that being exposed to some kind of information brings discontentment?
Yes, it does. It does. Now, you follow him from the beginning. And that had told her she was very good. After that step, even when that was pushing her to get right, she was wondering, is this the greatness that that is? So she had to outsource this what way less to her was through reading. And she saw the world in the spectrum of the things she was doing. And she wanted to experience more. She wanted to write. She wanted people to read what she did. So she wanted freedom. So I think reading it actually exposes you and pushes you out there.
Yes, but like I feel like at this point like you should not do things, you know how to this point, you know how to but like that is something that because like the more knowledge you have, the sadder you get. It's actually true that. And we want to think about the time like 1980s and comparing to like then since she was doing, you were actually very for that time. We were very for that time. And like you know how in that time think that now you are like, please, what is this now? Why do you think this kind of thing? And like now in that time also, the things between now, the things we did actually are like normal things that you do. But like if you read something that's something that you do and you like, but like those things, they can't even say 50 years time. And I'm sure that when people 50 years time and we talk this about now, there's things that we do now, like people just put this thing together. Because like there's always in like societal constraints every time. And like then the other societal constraints that like how people are very discussed. And like how most of our societal constraints. But like when we do this transform our experience and like does anybody have anything to say?
No, okay.
like you know that it is unfair. You may not be able to justify that you're in the right, but you know in your heart that it's unfair. For example, why would Hagar run away from her masters when it was common those days to be a slave? It wasn't bad, but she still ran away from Sarah. So I feel like she will not be able to explain that, okay, she may not think she's in the right, she may not think that like what she's doing is good, but she will feel that this is deeply unfair to me and I don't want it. Yeah, that's my own.
I actually agree with you, but I can say that it's one thing to know that you're being treated unfairly, but it's another thing for you to know your way of escape.
Okay.
Yes. So some information or some forms of knowledge will paint that, like, this is the way that you can get out of this situation if you ever find yourself in such. I think somewhat that's what self-help books do. Yeah. Self-development books, that's what they do. It's online.
And also, if you have access to these books, you will not know things. I understand your point, but it's also possible that when you stay people who walk around with two vaccines, you will feel like that is normal. Because I'm going to put on that in the handbook state, and then that book, like, that's a kind of ultra-religious nation, America. And then, like, that nation, like, women were, like, rebelling to white and women, and they were going to that power. They blocked books from entry. They don't have way to read it, but they don't want to allow, because, like, they did like they block books. They don't have experience of how they have to do their books. We don't know how to, like, a better way of, like, it's like that now, it's like, they don't have to, like, stay to have that way to have that way. That's a way to
Sorry. Quick one. Part of the novel was part of the novel that was mentioned that Kende actually read a novel about the prostitute.
Yes.
Yes. I think that book particularly influenced her. Yes. First of all, influenced her. Yes. Influenced her breaking out and traveling. So we have to do that into context. Is that book that influenced her? So the knowledge of that book that was provided in that book influenced those decisions.
Okay, so thank you very much for listening. The one question that is thrown to the audience is, what books have you read that has influenced your life positively or negatively? And yes, it's yeah.
Thank you so much. I actually wanted to ask the question, but my way of asking it at the same time. What books I've read that influenced my life positively this is called by Mary. And at the time, I didn't know her. I just got the book from someone from my just my son at the time. And I read the book, and it's really helpful. At that time, I was struggling with a relationship. Yes, a relationship. And at that season, I was heartbroken. I was heartbroken. So, reading that book, reading that book made me start thinking that Esther really was trying to find joy, happiness, fulfillment from other people. We're trying to get acceptance from other people, and that's why I was in that relationship. Because other people think they love me, and people don't really tell me they do love me. So that reminded me, like, brought a lot of things. Not reminded, I don't know. The book brought a lot of information to me, and it's so I learned a lot, and that was the beginning of my journey to self-discovery. That's okay.
Okay, sorry. The book that positively changed my life was The Great Sex Rescue by, I've forgotten the name. So it is The Great Sex Rescue. And the reason is, I'm the first daughter, and I've not been really close to my cousins. Not like because of like family dynamics. So there was nobody at all. And because I was a Christian, like, I did not want to get my ideas from internet or anywhere. So I always went to like women like teach that they think it is helping you, but it doesn't help you. And like, just for me, because I'm a Christian and my faith is important to me, it was like, I don't know, it made me see the world better. Yeah, that's, and yeah.
So the book I read has influenced me negatively. We talked about influence, so we have positive and negative. Was the history of Caribbean literature by Julia Odofia. She's a lecturer in my school. So this woman gathered all the information concerning black race in America and how they were. So I just had to yes.
Multiple lives. So they have lived this life already, don't live it again. So just learn from this life and move on. Don't live the life again. You have already lived this particular life, okay? So that was a beautiful book review session. I'm sure you learned a lot. I'm sure you had a shift in perspective. I'm sure you have your own personal argument. I'm sure you have your own personal arguments. I'm sure you have your own convictions, and like you have questions running through your head, and that's the essence of a book review. So if you want to know more about the book, it's just to buy it, Abby. Buy the book. You want to know what really happened, what really caused the cheating, what really led to, or what made him, or what made them say he was a nice husband. He was a nice husband. He was a nice husband, but there is so get the book, and I'm sure you have all the information you need. So we have just 2 more speakers for today, and yeah, we'll have the 4th session with Mr. Kanye Akpan. He is a Christian author. He's the one that Mr. Paul that was saying has book fertility. Like he's very better with books. He can sit down here and let's say you hear push and a book comes up. You know, he is the progenitor of the content mastery masterclass. Masterclass is mentioned by master. So Content Mastery Academy, and he will be speaking to us next for the next 35 minutes. Please, I know your hands are somewhere on the board. They shouldn't be too busy to clap.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the Writers Media Network. Thank you, Ms. Item Mukia and Essential. And my bosses are here too. My boss, Madam Lady, made a fantastic lady. You don't know her before. I put it to you, she's a very fantastic person. I don't know if it's Apollo that is listening, but you mentioned my name too, but I guess what I'm going to mention your name a lot in my session too. It's Apollo that is my session. It's about Johnny, I enjoyed this session too. And Mr. Dr. Ayo. I got that. Alright. So I'm going to be talking about my topic for today is quite very, you know, as I was sitting down there, I was like, well, why do you bring me here? I should have been the speaker because everything I wanted to say, they said it. So, like you said, writing speaks and excelling as a young couple. I'm not possible to say everything. So when I say doctor, and I'm not, oh God. But you get it. So I'm going to just try my possible best to just share a few things with you from personal experience. Do you like personal experience? Do you like personal experience? Yes. Alright, so let's do something. Put a finger down, challenge. Are you ready? So just put some hands up. If you still have some hands left, you have issues with this. So put 10 fingers up. You want 10 fingers down? Put a finger down if you ever written a whole story or poem and never showed it to anyone. Put a finger down if you started a manuscript you never finished. Put a finger down if you said, I'll write tomorrow more than 5 times in a row. Put a finger down if you ever written and never took light. You were writing and never took light. Put a finger down if you posted a line of your writing on WhatsApp, Facebook, or Instagram just to see how people will react. Put a finger down if you've ever felt like your writing is not good enough to be published. Put a finger down if you imagine your name on the cover of the book.
You imagine if anybody come out with it. Put a finger down if you abandon writing because of school, work, or life pressure. Put a finger down if you're reading something that made you cry or laugh when you read it again. Put a finger down if you dreamed of becoming the best-selling author one day. How many fingers? That's what I have fingers. You have fingers. Why do you have 5 fingers? Why do you have 5 fingers? I mean, you have 6 fingers. 6 fingers. Why in a bootcamp? Who has 2 fingers? 2 fingers. Okay. So that shows us that a lot of us have gone through notes. You have been there. And they say that on Instagram, been there, done that. I mean, so let's look at how to excel as an author, right? As a young author, somebody who wants to be. How many of you want to? How many of you have authored a book? Authored a book? You want to author a book? You've authored a book. Raise your hand. You want to author a book? Raise your hand. Okay. So let's look at how to excel as a young author. You know that the truth is, in Nigeria, it's dynamic. As an author in Nigeria, it's very dynamic. So many things are against you. You know when you are born as a Nigerian, life is already making you 5-0. Is it true? If you are born as a Nigerian, life is already making you how many 0? 5-0. Now you have to start. Okay, you are now born into a place like Akwa Ibom, like you grew up in Akwa Ibom. Life is making you how many? You know, as a writer in Lagos, let's say you grew up in Lagos, it's easy for you to navigate certain things. Like you're open to there's a community of people who are open. In Lagos then, as small children, we used to write books that is self-15 era. You know those books are very useless. Have you seen those books that say the snake girl and the water pot? They were written by secondary school children. Like in secondary school, your school will pick your book and just publish it for you and just send it. You don't even know where the book is. You don't know where whatever. Just that snake and the monkey shadow is selling somewhere. And people pick it there. There was an open culture of reading. If you are in a quiet book here, I'm very quite intelligent people. Let's not no doubt. Yes or no? Yes. Are we intelligent? Yes. Don't let them tell you are crying. Kids, man, all those things. Have you all of that? They are not all of that. They just painted us with not clarity. Alright, so let's look at how can you excel as a young author. Number 1 is define what success is to you. One of the mistakes that we make as young authors is that we feel like as a successful author should have sold up to 1,000 copies of books. Is it true? And some people feel like they've not succeeded as an author. If they've not sold a certain copy of books, if they've not written a certain number of books, there's always this pressure of how many yourself, and you are written 4 books, so how many yourself. You by yourself should be able to define what success is for you as an author. That's something I do for myself. If I want to write a book now today, like the last book I just wrote, How to Be Lazy and Show Up Productive. I used to write books that you said when I write the book finished, I'll first block my dad first, so lost the book. Because he asked why you write that book. And also, when I wrote that book, the idea in my head is that on the day of the book, this book is published, I want to sell like 200 copies. 200 people who are going to appreciate it. That was my own idea. That's for me. If I hit 200, I don't care what the 200 copies is. I don't care how many copies Drink Out has sold. I don't care how many copies Monisha Ika's book has sold in time past. For me, if I can hit this targets that I have for myself, that's a successful book for me. That's true. Does that make sense to you? So you must have your own success. Your success will mean your book changing one person's life. And you know, as a writer, you write to one person. Is that true? There's one person you should have in mind when you're writing. I remember one day, I was cooking. My house was small, so I was cooking egusi soup. Then I cooked egusi soup, and I posted it on my story on Facebook. And one very big influential woman that is verified, let's follow her. She just replied, I love your cooking method. The next day I was thinking about her. Do you know why? I was thinking that when she sees this my new soup that I'm cooking, what will she think about me? So I'm posting it for many people to see, but I'm thinking about her. Do you understand? Do you get it? Yeah. So if you are a writer and you're thinking about a young girl somewhere who has been abused, who has been victimized, who is going through societal issues like what they talk about, the the bad one. If you write to that particular girl, you will meet more of those girls than if you write to everybody. Is it true? Yes. So if your target is, if the only thing you got after you publish your book is one girl sent you an email and said, I read your book, I saw myself inside this book. If that is not success to you, then you are going to be under your pressure. Happy? Yes. You must be answering me because you answer. I came on the way you answer. Alright, so if your target would be creating a legacy that will open future doors for you. For some people, writing a book is just for something in the future. It's not for something in the now. They just want to be, maybe sometime when they travel abroad, maybe they go somewhere, they can build a legacy for themselves. So you by yourself, right? You by yourself, you must have your own definition of success as an author. What is success to me as a person? What do I look at and say, I'm a Christian author, like you wrote here, I'm 50 things. But for me, it's successful. For instance, when I write Facebook or Instagram posts, and I make those posts out there, I'm looking at the comments. More people are saying excellent, well done, impressive, more grace, and this and that. But there's somebody I'm looking out for. And when I was writing this thing, I thought about this person when I was writing it. And I would see that person's comment. And when I see that person's comment, it doesn't matter. Most times I only reply that person and I read the entire post. Because for me, I've gotten the person I want. That for me is success. For some people, success is plenty followers, more people reading your books, more money in your account, and all of that. Are those things bad? They're not entirely bad. But they can put you under pressure if that's your yardstick for success. Because many times, those things are set outside you. It is based on somebody else. Yeah? I get what I'm saying. Number two, because I have 35 minutes, and I'll talk about like 10 things. So let's go to number two. Then we'll share personal experiences, we laugh, stuff like that. So, number two. If you want to grow as a successful author, get this thing that I'm saying. Build solid emotional resilience. See what I'm saying? I know I'm also going to build it. Sorry, I have now. I mean, this small push-up. So, build solid emotional resilience. You must have a soft heart and a thick skin. I'll tell you where they come. Your thick skin should come from when people are going to send feedbacks to you. People are going to send things to you. People say things like, you want to write a book, they'll be like, you're writing a book. Most don't say Nigeria, Nigerians don't read. They say, if you want to hide anything from Nigeria, where should you sign the book? They'll say, people don't read the book. Selling the book in Nigeria is very hard. You want to publish a book on November, as opposed to December, when people are buying Christmas clothes. People say a lot of things to shake you by yourself. You must develop a thick skin. So what's about to comment? When I wrote my first book, Another Kind of Boy, it was about homosexualism and Christians. I did not get attacked from unbelievers. I got attacked from Christians. My first book is about homosexuality. It's a novel about a pastor's child who was homosexual. Quite a very interesting and very controversial. And I wrote it in such a way that it favors the Christian side. And it talks about people who are effeminate. You know what I'm saying? When I wrote that, I would get emails. I don't know if somebody put my name inside the book. The first time I remember writing this one day. People will be sending me emails. They'll be like, "Bro, you write this kind of trash. Do you know what it means? You sound very..." Somebody even said that I'm homophobic. Somebody said that I have zero empathy to people who are... People said one of this for me, but see, as an author, you by yourself must have what? Thick skin. Your skin, when you want to write about certain things, you say, Chimamanda writing Dreamcast. And Dreamcast looks more like she's not writing the story. You felt like she's writing about her aunt, I mean. And she knows it is going to be attacked. And she's ready for the attack when it's coming. And that thick skin you must develop is because sometimes your first book might not sell. You must go for the next. That thick skin, where they say, how many copies sold in the first one? You're like, I managed to sell only 20 people, and 15 of them are my cousins. It doesn't matter if all of them are your cousins or not, you are going for your next book. Because Chimamanda's first book was not a bestseller. Right? She probably has written other books, and they were not bestsellers. So the book that blew Chimamanda is not a first book. So you by yourself must develop thick skin and know that okay, sometimes I write books, they don't sell. And even if they don't sell, I'm going to write yet another one. I'm going to publish the next one. Because most times, when people feel punctured, when they put in a lot of money, a lot of resources into putting their first book, and nobody buys it, you know, that thing can have a way of deflating you. Like, it has a way of discouraging you. It is not just the fact that the book did not sell. People now make you know that it did not sell. That day I know that it did not sell. Why did you come and tell me? So there are a lot of challenges like that. So you must have a thick skin. Like we're hearing about people whose books were rejected by publishers. I was advised, if you're starting young author, start with self-publishing before you go for traditional publishing. Because traditional publishing is really not easy like that. But there's money in traditional publishing in the sense that you give your books to them. For instance, now Masobe books will ask you to submit the first 3 chapters. And they'll tell you to submit the first 3 chapters of your book. So that when you read the first chapter, you can have an idea, to ask your synopsis, and all this, you want to know what the book is about. Then they're going to take the book, they will publish the book, they will market the book, they will do the book cover, they will put it on every platform that they can put it on. You make the money, and they're paying the royalties. They will even, first give you money first, catch you. Money for the stress. First give you that money for the stress first. These are what I'm cheating first. You know, they will make you, they will brand you. It's just like joining the record label. You know, if you're in the record label, they do albums for you, take you on tours, put you on interviews, they put you on different lists like that, just to get their artists, they pump in money into. That's what they do for all those two, Masobe books and all of that. That's why you see nearly all the men in Lagos and all those books that are done where, is it something mechanics of the Enugu?
Yes,
Mechanics of the Enugu. All those books that are, the reason why you know those books is because somebody shoved it down your throat. If a self-published author cannot easily achieve that, I must confess, you cannot easily achieve that. But the truth is, there's a way you grow as a self-published author. Publishers are looking for you. Because they know that if you could achieve this on your own, imagine what we can do if we get you. Are you getting what I'm saying? It's just like some singers who started singing on their own on TikTok, just be singing on TikTok, and then record labels start noticing them and breaking deals to them and say, let us sign you up. If you could achieve this on your own, imagine what you could achieve with us. So you must develop a thick skin and a soft heart. What's the soft heart for? The soft heart is for corrections. Because like the doctor said, criticisms will definitely come. I wrote a book, my latest book stand, after writing the book for more than 9 months. It took me 9 months to write the book. My friend I sent to read the book and say, proofread this book as someone that loved me for how many years that you have known me. The review is sent to me. I looked at the book, I looked at myself, I looked at my life. I'm like, this is not what God wants me to do. He finished the book from start to finish. Like, he was very sincere with me. Like, you know, those your friends that you say, if you're my friend, tell me as it is. Don't sugarcoat it. Can you take it? They say, don't sugarcoat it. Tell me how it is. Don't sweet talk it. Hope you are ready. Because when they don't sugarcoat it, the salt will be leaking. So and he criticized the work. I had to start the book from now. He removed 3 chapters from the book. A novel that is in plot. You know, novels take plot. Yeah. And somebody has removed chapter 2, chapter 8, chapter 14. Uncle who put it there? He said, find a way or find something. He said, this does not. You see, you're writing a Christian book. This cancels Christian, biblical, everything in the last 2 chapters, remove everything. Me by myself, I go search the Bible say I lie. So the Bible said, put us in the read like this. I remove everything. It took me months to go back again and start again. That's where the soft heart is. Your heart must be soft enough to receive this. Because somebody gave me a book and said I should. Because what I do is I do influencer marketing for people's books. Like I post about the book on the social media for people to download it. She sent me a book. 56 pages. A terrible book. It's a love story. And there was love from chapter 1 to the last chapter. No conflict, no problems. These couple were so amazing for my liking. Like, you know when you are reading a love story and it started with love and you are waiting to hear that something happened and then it looks like something must happen and everyone is just too perfect. Are you Jesus? Even Jesus, when he gave this, like, he had some issues. When she was sorry, I'm annoyed. I do that. I said about. I said, go and write this book. Give it to a professional editor. Let them come up with something. Let them. A book without conflict is useless. I mean, it's not conflict that keeps me reading. No conflict, no suspense. Every chapter is love. And she's sending a message to what true love should look like. I'm like, see, you don't know true love. You don't know there's no fight inside true love? Is it possible that there's true love, there's no fight to say? And it was so, and the name of the book was now Abba's daughter. I said, see, I can never, ever, if I'm going to, I told her about the phone. I gave her to go to her and she said, because charging her too much. That she laughed, and she was like that, don't suppose like that. Don't worry, it's what God has led me to do. You know, God has suffered. He has Let's be So, next thing is, build emotional business. That's what I talked about. Number 3, let the business side of writing. I know it's a video to talk about the business side of writing, but I like to talk about the business side of writing because the truth is, writing is an art and also a business. Abi, is it true that writing is both an art and a business? If you know the art and you do not know how the business side of writing, you will be an talented poor person. You'll be so talented with good books, but it's poor. Well, not it's poor, like you are poor, you don't have the money. And the truth is, there is no cheap publishing anymore. To publish a book is not cheap anymore. Go and pay ghostwriters. Start with, okay, let's say you want to write, you're lazy. That your business costs you money. Okay, editors, they'll tell you that per page is 2,500. Or per page is 2,000. Then you are putting 400 pages. You have to extra please, can I call some songs? Say 2,000 and you have 400 pages, and that's how much? 800K for the editing the book. They now put the book out, nobody wants it. You must know the business side of writing. Understand costing and pricing. Because the truth is, most times, people, the way people even price their books, it shows you that they don't want to sell it. Because why is an e-book 15,000 when you're not Chimamanda? Chimamanda can put the book as e-book as 15,000 and people buy it. Yes or no? They buy it. But you just started from the bottom. And your electronic book is what? 15,000. And I know the value of it. People value friends. See, I know the value of it. Even if you put any, whatever you put inside, put you and the value that you put inside, I won't buy it. So you must not price it. And don't price a book in such a way that, and don't start your book without budget. You must have a budget for the book. Have a budget for how much am I spending on editing, how much am I spending on formatting, how much am I spending on publishing. You must have a budget for these things. Do you understand? So, and distribution in Nigeria is very tricky. If you say you want to go to bookstores are collecting 40 to 50% from your book already. You know what bookstores are like? All these shops. They're collecting 40. So you can leverage online bookstores like seller. Even seller is a big for you. If your book is 1,000 naira, seller will give you 910 naira. When you want to withdraw money, seller will collect 50 naira. You might think that 1,000 naira, you have 10 naira. That 19 naira, if 1,000 people buy your book, inside that 19 naira, it's a lot of money. So you can sell directly to people. You can use online stores like Amazon, all these you can get them there too. I know she gets to talk about it, so you need to hear from her. What do I do? And again, the business like marketing never ends. I noticed one thing about writers. I used to be in that shoes too. That what they do is that before the book is done, they do pre-marketing, they do marketing on the day of launch, but post-marketing is never done. So marketing never ends. It doesn't end on the day of the launch of the book. You market before the book is launched, you market while the book is launched, and even after the book is launched, you must always put in work into marketing. You can, if you run ads, you can keep the ad for a while, put money again, let the ad go up again, put money again, let the ad go up again, let it go live again. Make sure that you are always marketing, because marketing never ends. Another thing is, think partnerships. Think partnership. One thing I'm trying to do, the next book I want to write, because most times, all my books, particularly I think about men. And I've always written about, like, my first book was about sexuality, the second was about the man with mental dysfunction. I'm always writing about those kind of books for men. And I'm thinking of writing another book for teenagers. And this time around, I'm going to go to several schools to partner with them. And also partner with schools, partner with NGOs, partner with medical hospitals. So it's not about okay that you don't know. Sorry, medical work now. Medical. You understand? Yes. Partner with medicals. Partner with churches, right? So let's go to Let's go to number 4. Am I making sense?
Yes.
Am I making sense? If it don't make sense, I won't. But I'll go. That doesn't make sense. Alright, next thing I'd like to talk about, and I really like this part. And don't let your book stand alone. Create opportunities around them. Most times, people just do the book and the book alone. Beyond your book, there is something more about your book. If you write poetry, have an open mind session. Like if your book is a poetry book, like this is a poetry book, I mean, it's a poem. And I'm going to say, it's a poem. And I'm that's what I'm saying. So if your book is poetry, you can have an open mic session. Like when you did a book review today, you can have an open mic session. There are people that don't open mics, so call them together and just do an open mic session, call other people who like poetry, read 1 or 2 poetries from your book. It takes, you can do an open mic session in different cities. You can do open mic session for you, open mic session Eket, open mic session for Harcourt, open mic session Lagos. And it's looking like you are jumping up and down, but it's the book that is moving beyond you. Are you getting what I'm saying? For instance now, I wrote a book, that's a book is stand, and we have stand in several schools. The book is stand. So, and we have stand conferences in several schools because it's a Christian novel and it's about Christians. We're not going to have stand in several schools, several universities. We've had the Univer, we've had the Unizik. We are going to ask you this month. And every time I go to these schools, I carry my book along. And when people are done with the conference, people will be like, I really want to read what this guy is talking about. So it's looking like I'm hosting a conference, but actually the book is moving with you. So I'm building something beyond the book. For over 10 years, she wasn't writing anything. But she was still very relevant. Is that true? Yeah. That's because she built a life outside popular discourse. Because if it's always popular discourse, it will fade away. People really get the story and go away. But there's something about So if you write fiction, you can open an online club. My book was criticized an online club. I told them, come and ask for my book. Yeah. So if you write motivational books, you can host a master class. Or you can be making short videos of your motivational books. There's one girl I really like online. She writes books, but what she will do is she will not make a short video of her inside one bush or maybe somewhere randomly. She'll be walking. She'll be like, she'll read one part of the book that made sense. You know, because it was a motivation self-help. She'll not read that part of the book. She'll not be putting captions around. No video editing now. Putting captions around the whole place. And very aesthetically pleasing books. Aesthetically pleasing videos. And then at the end, she put the book there. People always want me. I wanted to read the book because of the. She's giving examples from the book. But she's doing it in a way that makes it look like she's creating content. But she's actually telling you about it. So she's building something alien from the book, but it's still about the book. It's an ecosystem. Like it's more like you're building an ecosystem outside the book. Do you get it? Do you get it? Yes. Okay, thank you. You see people have books and they do t-shirts, they do cap, they do all those things. Start with it. Alright. I'm ready for this one. Let me say it. I'll say it. People are going to talk about it. And the doctor that keeps talking about it too is positioning yourself like personal branding beyond just a writer. If you are a young author, build yourself beyond a writer. Because if you always want to put yourself beside and say, I'm just a writer, how many of you know Diary of a Nigerian Girl? How many of you know her? Do you know that for years nobody knew her? If you have been following her from down, not that she just married, it's from that marriage that brought you to her. We have following her for a very long time. She was anonymous. All we knew about her was there was a Diary of a Nigerian Girl. We didn't know her face. We just used to read her threads on Twitter. She now post pictures on Instagram and all of that. Then, I think it's 2020 thereabout, she now came out. Her face showed. The moment her face showed, it built her beyond writing. Now, she's not just Diary of a Nigerian Girl who is a writer. She's not Diary of a Nigerian Girl who is a public speaker, a storyteller, and she has a product she's representing. Do you understand? So beyond being a writer, you must be able to build, because your writing needs to be funded by something else sometimes. Is that true? Yeah. Because writing is expensive, and you might what might fund your writing is something else. And I write. I'm speaking today. I'm teaching writers today. I'm doing something else tomorrow. I manage social media some other times. You must have something beyond writing, but that thing should still like it should still revolve. You can't be writer, doctor, okay, writer, medical doctor, students. What? I'm just for you. And because the truth is, people buy you for what you offer. Some people buy books not because of what is about the book. Some people have never opened some books that they wrote that they bought. They did not open the book at all. What they were just buying is, I love Akan, and I just want to read what Akan wrote. I told you that my book, on the day of the launch, 200 people already bought it. I mean, the day of the launch, 100 people pre-ordered the book. On the day of the launch, I did a webinar. I said this webinar, the book is about how to be productive. And I did a webinar for 3 hours where I was talking about productivity. And I did that webinar talking about productivity and productivity. And every time inside the webinar, while I'm giving you tips for people productive, I'm like, check this out, my book is what I'm talking about. And I'll talk about it, like, check this out, my book is what I'm talking about. And as I was talking about it, and I was sharing the link inside it, people were making, I was getting emails that people are purchasing the book online already. Because as people are going to want to know what's more that Akan has to say, because people are buying you first before what you lose. So you must build a personal identity beyond your writing. Don't just become writer. Become writer, speaker, educator. You know, like one thing about Chimamanda is that if you read all of this, she's saying the same thing in different ways. Is it true? She's writing for women. Is it just me that notice that American Apple like this person with yellow sun, all our books, many times are not centered around women? And you see her in women conferences, you see her in singles conferences that always talking to women. Why? She builds something beyond what she does. I'm a Christian couple, but I still go to speak in churches and to talk to young people. Just yesterday I was at a teenagers meeting. We were all teenagers and children. All teenagers and children, Gen Alphas, Gen Zs. And I was talking to them about leadership. Why did they bring me there? They said, I've written a lot of books that I've written a lot of novels that young Christians read. And they feel like I should be able to talk to them about something. Do you get what I'm saying? Like this, it's like building a brand outside your... Yeah. How do I decide? You get it? You get it? Because the time will come, when you can't write anymore. You should still have things to say. Okay, so I don't like this part. We have to say it. One of the biggest challenges we have in Nigeria as writers is managing time and energy. Because the Nigerian world, you cannot just be a writer. That means you have to be other things. And you cannot make writing with many things. You will burn out. Is it true? Like, when you hear writer's block, it's because you are hustling. Now you are laptop. After your hustle finish, now you are hustling. Nina slept with her husband. You don't go up to the night. You don't go up to the night because writing is not your primary focus. You've gone up and out. Let's say you're a teacher. You have shouted your own because you two children. You shout because you two fed this one. The person you were feeding, you don't know you were feeding another person's child, another person's feeding. Principal shout out on your head. You go back with the night. You now carry your book. And you're like, you now slept with. You can't write anything. So you must learn how to manage your time and energy as a writer. So, one thing I learned to do when I was writing one of my books, I knew that book took 9 months for me to write. It's not because I was writing every day for 9 months. When they say somebody wrote a book for 9 months, does not mean the person was writing every day for 9 months. You know what that means? It means that in June, the person was writing. July, August, September. The person not writing anything. Now came back in October. He said, writing. What would the person say? I'm writing for how many months? 9 months. Suppose those 3 months that nothing happened. Was I writing? I was writing. So what my friend told me is, she said, every day add something to your book, put it in word. I liked it. And trust me, you never had a word. She said every day add something to this book. So every day I'll just be adding to the novel. Every day adding to the novel. Every day I'll add to the novel. It was building up like that. So you should maximize time. Whatever time, whatever energy that you have, maximize it to your own benefits. And avoid comparisons. Because the truth is, while you are still writing your own book, somebody has written 3 already. Somebody has written 4 already. And you're like, oh, I'm not a writer, I'm a wrong guy, because it's not going right, it's going wrong. So you might want to ask, you might want to compare yourself. Like when I read that book, I don't know which has, do you read the free version of that book? Talk about grace and what's that? No, just title it. And the art of grace. See, I read that book and I said to myself, I said, I can, you are not right. I've read that book, but I've read somebody's book, you're like, you're not good. Like, you look at yourself. You look at yourself, you the judge yourself. You say, judge not for this one, and you judge yourself. I write this was so good. I mean, I'm waiting for the game one because I cannot wait to buy it in November. I can't wait to buy it, and I pray I'll be at the because something tells me I'll be at the something in my Alright, so avoid comparisons. Alright. Let's talk about this. Think global, write local. Does that make sense to you? Think global, write local. Does that make any sense to you? I want to ask somebody. I really want to ask it to if they understood those 4 words. Think global, write local. Anybody understand that? Just raise your hand. It's a workshop. You understand? Analysis. So let me answer people. That's what it's about. To ask questions inside church. You'll say, wow, you don't talk. Alright, so let's have you. Let's take a moment. Give you something. Think global, write local.
Okay, so I understand that statement is based on the fact that when you write local, that is, you have to get things from the environment. You have to reflect what goes on your environment in your writing. But while writing, you have to think globally, that anyone can get this book, even in America or any country at all. That's how I understand.
Thank you very much. Second person. Think global, write local.
Okay, the way I understand it is that think local, write global. It's more like
that makes my family
think global, write local, yes. So think of like how your book can influence anybody, anywhere, in any part of the world. But you can write featuring the things in your environment. As in Nigeria, the struggles that you go through every day. But these things can also relate to any human being, anywhere, in any part of the world.
Thank you very much. Have you watched a Nigerian movie and they're showing a poor family and they have this in their house? Has it happened to you? And there's a couch. Like, they're telling you a family that does not have school fees, landlord is chasing them out of the house, a single mother with 5 children, and a lot of things are going on wrong in her life, and then where she's living. Even me, that is living well, I've done so far, AC, they should not come back. Like, life is tough. Life is tough in this house. Like, just like, it's the person who is trying to not portray Nigeria to look like things are really tough. We're trying to show a tough situation. That's not how to think. You must write it the way it is. But know that, because the truth is, it doesn't matter where, there's somebody somewhere out there who can relate this beyond Nigeria. I used to some writers, when they say something in pidgin, they write the English word. Like they write the English interpretation of what they're saying. But they put an appendix behind for the meaning of certain words that they said in Yoruba or certain languages. If you're writing a novel, it makes more sense if you tell me, food young boy, that don't eat this. Like the mother said, don't eat this. You said it in English. Or you say, the mother said, food young boy. There's an appointment person in the UK who's going to read is a globe in the book comes to the UK, and the person is reading that book, and it feels more natural to him. It feels more Nigerian. I've seen a South African tweeting.
Yes.
They'll say, I want to talk about South African government and that issue. I've just seen their tweets before. Oh, I wish I had this vision. Like, they don't care about how you feel about it. They don't care about, have you seen their names? Yeah, you are changing the media to blessing. You are changing Ambassador John to God bless. You are changing your name to something else. But those people, they will tell you, my name is Busi. I'm not about it. They don't care. Like, we start looking at him here. Proud of his name. So it might be global. It doesn't change. That name is a major agent does not mean that book cannot be read in the UK. Is that true? Does she just put a major agent and say blessing backward? so that people can feel that she's global. It doesn't have to be English or it to be global. And you know Yoruba, strictly Yoruba written books are outside Nigeria. There's a man that wrote a book, he wrote physics in Igbo. His name is Magic Bonaya. He wrote a full physics textbook in Igbo and he's selling beyond Nigeria. You can think globally, but you can still write locally. You can still talk about the way things are going on. Stop writing about Nigerian streets and making Nigerian streets feel like UK. What if I was using myself in here? It was using myself and the women must have their umbrella. Where? The street smell of Bougainville. Bougainville, where? How many homes have chandelier? They say he hung himself on the chandelier. He hung himself on the chandelier. Where? There's a lot of pressure to be global. I want to be international. I love Chiromanda. She has not changed the access for anybody. She has been abroad for many years. If she comes anywhere around the world, if you ask her to speak to anybody, she will speak her Nigerian language the way it is. Don't change fufu to Muslim. Bean cake. You say that after bean cake. Or you change afans to it will still be very Nigerian. It will still be very local, but still be global. To be global is a mindset. It's not in what you do, it's in who you are. Being global is a person, it's not what you do. It's a personality. If you are a global personality, you think like it. It doesn't matter where you are. Even if you are in Ekes, if you are global, you are global. Yes or yes? I need to end here. This is our 5 minutes. That was a long time ago. That was like 10 minutes ago. Now 5 minutes ago. So I think we should end there. Let me say this. As a young couple, the quest is not to be the loudest voice, but to be the truest voice. The truth. Let people, have you read somebody like this? You have not seen that they've not quoted the person who wrote it, but as you are reading the thing that you read, you just know this is this person that wrote it. Based on precedence, like you need to be true to who you are. This is how you write. You are not, you're not trying to be somebody else. You have to be true to who you are. Don't be the loudest person. Just be the truest person. See, when you are real, if you are real, you will get to anywhere in the world. If you try to be somebody else, you will just be somebody, you will just be living in another person's shadow. But if you try to be yourself, write the way you write. And when you improve. And it's still your improvement. Own your past works. This is how I was writing before. That's me then. But this is me now. I'm better, but that's still me. That book you saw is not so good. I might review it or I might not review it because it's still me. That was a version of me. This is a new version of me now. So whenever you see your throwback picture, I see a lot of people see that throwback picture, now it's the same battles about it, say how they suffered. That was your best picture then. Abi? When you took that picture, what did the Lord say? You were looking good. Like you not take a present picture like with iPhone 14. Compared with iTel. Or the POS you use now. Then you are not comparing both of them. It's still you. When you post a throwback picture, don't make a sarcastic comment and be like, I mean, they suffered before. You were not suffering. That's just a version of you. And this is a version of you. And there's another version of you coming. So, if you look at your old works, your new works, there's something better that's going to come out of you tomorrow. And that's something my friend always tells me. He said, I can use all your best to write this book. Let it be said that at the time of writing this book, it was every best you could have written. So such that even when you see it in the future, even when it's not good, you will tell yourself that at the time when I wrote this was all the best I could gather. Be true to yourself. And you will sell. And the world will know you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm so grateful. I think this is a good session.
Has to be as tall as he is. So. Thank you very much. It's like I almost don't want to stop it, but we all have to go today. It was so beautiful, so engaging, and very relatable. Omo, I didn't believe. At first I was saying, okay, I can remember one finger. I think that's good. I even had to borrow finger. I had to borrow finger. But that was beautiful. So, really going ahead, I just want to take the next speaker, then we can take the questions afterwards. She will be as sweet as. So, without much ado, we're going to have Miss Emma come to finish what is happening. It's not like you guys can so that she'll be motivated to do better, okay? No, she started something yesterday, she's completing it today. Now, for those of us that were here, where is Coco? Just remind her, prove to her that you're not watching what she told you yesterday. I beg. Who is taking the mic? Okay, let's start.
One of the things you said that just struck me was that you, as a writer, don't think that you are cheap. And I'm paraphrasing, don't think that you are cheap. And to me, that was amazing. I know that looks simple, but that's for me.
That's not simple. Please clap for her. Please round of applause for her. And then any other memories? Okay, so right now she is a niche. So tap from her, tap from the niche, okay?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for waiting until this time. I was scared that by the time I would speak, I would meet an empty hall. So thank you so very much. And once again, I'd like to appreciate the convener of this event, Mr. Eti Bulian. And of course, my bosses who have spoken before me. Please clap for them. When you stand in the presence of kings and you know what you are made of, you are just ready to God for the opportunity. So I'd like to thank Mr. Paul Uda. I'd like to thank my boss here. This one, I'm like, this man. My boss. I'd like to thank him. And also thank Dr. Ayoeti. I've heard so much about him. I've never met him. So seeing him today was like a dream come true. And I know I'm not 20 minutes, so I'm trying to be as fast as possible. And I also want to thank Said Lomo for that first introduction part, so I don't have to think of summarizing what we have shared yesterday. So, let me ask a question or two. If you had to pitch your writing services in 10 seconds, what would you say? Can I have the mic? Let's say you are a content writer. If you are a content writer and you want me to patronize you, how will you convince me to tap into your services? Anyone? It could be any kind of writing you do, please, not necessarily content writing.
will help your brand to gain much visibility online on search engines like Google, Bing, Go, and the rest of them. And I will do that by crafting optimized content that your audiences can relate with. And I will also, as a result of that, you will gain much visibility, you will meet your target audience, and at the end of the day, you will have conversion.
Okay, the second question. If I were to give you 100,000 naira to promote your writing, where would you spend it? Or how would you spend it? 100,000 naira. No, that's not cheap. How would you spend it? Well, that's a question you should ponder on, because that is also the basis of my teaching today. I'm going to teach you just two things: multiple streams of income and finding and attracting clients. So, sorry, we are going to rush because I'm very hungry all the time and I need to go back and eat. So, why multiple streams of income? Because relying on one source of income is very risky. I do a lot of things not because I want to, but because I need that cushion to fall back on. And my mom told me, you do too much. The money that I sent to you yesterday, where did you think it came from? Because while I'm waiting for my salary, I still have another source where money is coming from. That way I'm not stranded. If I tap from here, I tap from here. Imagine if I had just my salary. That means if I go broke at some point, I need to wait till the end of the month until I get my salary. And it's still risky for office. And then it gives you flexibility and a higher earning potential. You take from your salary here, you take from your side hustle here, join it together, you will see that the money has multiplied, right? So I really do not advise people to just do one source or have one source of income. I really do not advise it. You could be a ghostwriter and make it being an editor. So when you are not ghostwriting, what are you doing? You are editing, right? So there are some times you will even get too overwhelmed that you have to pass on to someone or other people. But at least you know that the money came from ghostwriting and it came from where? Editing. So the common writing income streams, we already know a lot of this because we are in business. Freelance services, self-publishing services, ghostwriting, copywriting, coaching and teaching, what have you, in all your fields of endeavor. Those are common writing streams you can tap into. Now, how do you find and attract the right clients? First, you need to be positioned. You know, a lot of people see me and they say, I post too much. Someone came to me and said, I post too much on Facebook. But I know what I'm doing because I'm positioning myself for greatness. And so if you think I'm doing too much or I'm posting too much, that's on you. We have different perspectives to things. Who knows? Maybe you are the king in your village. I don't care. But if this is helping me, I need to position. I met Zati William through Facebook. What happened there? Position. If he had not positioned himself to be an expert in this field and to be the founder of Twmn, would I have found him? Certainly not. So, positioning is very important. And by that, you have to be clear on your values, the results you bring, and not just the words you write. I explained this yesterday. You need to create a specialized offer so you are not lost in the crowd. I do ghostwriting and editing, but there are some ghostwriting and editing jobs I will not take. Okay? Because I'm a ghostwriter doesn't mean I can write everything. So I niche it down. I already explained this yesterday. And your online bio and intro should answer why you in 10 seconds. Which is why I asked that question at the beginning. So if you are given an opportunity, a lot of you, if you go to events, You can have an impromptu pitching session where you are called on the stage, pitch your services, and instantaneously you win money. Just like that. So if you are called, or even woken up from sleep and asked what you do, yet you cannot explain it, what then are you doing? What are you doing? You also need to network. Networking that works. Before, I would just be online shouting, making noise and all of that. But then, I had to print a complimentary card. And because I attend book launches, conferences and all of that, I go with it. I'm not ashamed. I'll see a big man because those are my targets. I want to help you write your life story. You give it to me. And I'll come to you after the conference. Hello, sir, this is my complimentary card. Please, I'll introduce myself to you, tell you what I do. Because these people do not follow me on Facebook. Okay? So how then will they find me? I go to them myself. And I've gotten like 2 clients already from that. Not just anyhow clients, 2 big clients that I'm still working with them up till today. So that is networking. If you are going to an event and you know that what you offer is of great value, then you should have a complimentary card. Because you do not know who will be at that event. They don't follow you. But your complimentary card will save you and will give you an offer of a lifetime. You also need to engage with posts, share insights, and offer value before selling. A lot of us just want to sell. But you need to offer value sometimes. Sometimes it can be at the detriment of yourself because you may be broke. But then people need to know you for something, right? Offer value before you sell. And then you stay on top of the mind. If someone thinks ghostwriter, I want to be the first person to come to mind. Oh, someone reached out to me some days ago, and she said she was having a conversation with a friend. And she told the friend she wants to learn how to write. She just graduated from uni. And immediately she said the friend mentioned my name. So she went on Facebook, searched, and then she messaged me on Facebook. So I was going through my message request, and I found her message. Unfortunately, I didn't see it on time. So I replied immediately. I read the message and I was like, oh my God, people are seeing me. So imagine that guy following me. Someone asked for a writer, and I came to mind. You need to stay on top of the mind. And to do that, you need to stay visible. You need to put yourself out there. Nobody will know you when all you do is just to stay hidden and expect a miracle or the gates of heaven to open. And people will see you. Or the Lord will come and say, this is my beloved daughter. She's a ghostwriter. Hire her. It doesn't happen that way. It doesn't. You also have to leverage on some platforms like LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, Upwork, Fiverr, and all of that. So, there's something I did. When I heard that I was going to go on the speakers for this event, there is a particular topic that was in my mind. Because I've been with a lot of writers, and I see them struggle. We have beautiful writers, but they are not profitable. They don't know how to make money from their skill. And so I did something I've never done before. I'm talking about last month. I started pitching my services. Truth be told, I have never intentionally decided to pitch my writing services in people's inboxes or thereabouts. But because I wanted to teach this, and I didn't want to teach from the perspective of other people, but from my own perspective, I decided to start pitching. I went to LinkedIn, and I was scrolling through. I saw some big names. And you know LinkedIn, some of it is premium. For you to access the premium people, you need to pay for it. So I got their, how do they call it, their free trial, 28 days free trial. And I got access to the big names. And I started sending them messages. I sent over 50 people. I just dedicated one evening. Before I checked my time, it was about 3 p.m. 3 a.m. I was just sending messages. I wanted that one person that would answer me. Remember, I've never done this before. So I really needed that practical to be able to teach this class. Okay? I also came to Nigeria. I sent messages to some celebrities. people I see are excelling in their various fields. That was what I did. And I went to sleep. When I woke up, I saw some messages. Of course, some people would be like, oh, so sorry, that's not on my plan at the moment. Oh, so sorry, is that. But then I got some responses. And that gladdened my heart so much. I even had a chat with one of them yesterday. Because she told me, message me on the 15th. Hey, immediately. So I went to the reminder in my phone and I said 15th August. I didn't want to forget it. I sent her a message. And she's like, oh, thank you so much for reaching out. I'm really interested in this, but I'm currently in Malaysia and the time is not favorable. This is currently 2 a.m. as at morning. That was even before I came here yesterday. So message me again on the 15th. If I mention her name, you know. But please, now I want to land that line. So if I mention her name, maybe you can also pitch to her now, isn't it? Me, I want the clients too. She's a very popular person. And she said, okay, message me next month. And I told her, okay, now will September 8th be fine? She said, yes. And so September 8th is already months. I'll be the first to make her upset. So, a lot of us are sitting on potentials. You see, you post on Facebook, not even one comment, not even one like. Yet people have seen it. Sometimes you need to offer yourself, not as a living sacrifice. Okay? You need to show them that you exist because they do not know you. And that is where pitching comes in. Some people could use email outreach. Some people could use cold messages. You eat on Facebook, on LinkedIn, on Instagram, or whatever platform you choose. So, if you want to craft an irresistible pitch, you need to focus on the client's problem and the solution you are going to offer to them. Then you show them the result you will get. Okay? Then you also need to keep it short because a lot of them do not have a lot of time. So they need to just read it. Okay. Remember, it is not about you. It is not a place where you tell them, oh, I've written for Dangote, I've written for Chimamanda. Oh, do you know that I am the person who wrote for Tinubu? That's not the time to want to show yourself. Just pass your message clearly. Let it be that you are solving one of their greatest needs. It should be about them, not you. So, I even had a screenshot here. Let me just read quickly the message I sent to one of the persons I got a response from. I told her, I followed your journey for a while, and I must say, your impact in the tech and digital skills space is incredibly inspiring. From building a brand to being one of the most Nigerian celebrated on-demand skill coaches, your work is shaping the future for so many. Have you considered documenting your story, expertise, and frameworks in a book? Whether it's a memoir, a guide for digital professionals, or a personal brand booster, it could be a powerful tool to expand your reach, cement your legacy, and multiply your income streams. And at the end of that message, I said, I'm a ghostwriter and editor. After 2 paragraphs, that's why I introduced what I do. I'm a ghostwriter and editor who works with powerful voices like yours to turn their experience into impactful books that grow their influence, income, and legacy. You can check our website here. I attached the Hustle Space website there. I don't have a portfolio, so I use the website to shine my shine. Okay? But you need a portfolio for this. They need to be sure that it's you they need. So you need to show them proof of other things you have done with other clients you work with. And that's where your portfolio comes in. You attach that link there, and any other thing you want them to see, you attach it there. So that was the message I sent to that client and got that response. Of course, yours can be better than mine, whatever it takes to get the client. So where do you send pitches? LinkedIn, right? Email outreach. There's one particular celebrity. I know deep in my heart that I hit the nail on the head. But there's no response. Fingers crossed. Because I'll get up by the grace of God. Then referrals. When you work with a client, don't just leave. Ask them to refer you. I know what my clients have done for me because me, I'm on your neck. Yesterday I said, be their strategic partner. When you are their strategic partner, they cannot forget you easily because you stick to them like a glue. So you need to ask them for referrals. And the kind of job I do exposes me to big people. I am also the acting registrar at our institute, Institute of Corporate Leadership and Mentorship. So I get to see people, I get to see men, I get to see big women. And then I ask for God my body. Because I need you to need me. Okay? So we can also do direct outreach to business owners on social media, WhatsApp groups, and networking events. Now, don't be a pest. Don't be a pest. There are some messages I see and I cringe. It annoys me. But don't be a pest. Do it so subtly that you pass your message but they don't know you have. Okay? Now, let's go to running ads. I know Sir can really relate to this because that's one of the things he does. You see, a lot of people, they do not value running ads. I say this because being in business has shown me that running ads is the best. Now, I'm telling you the two practical things that have worked for me because this is a purely practical class. So there is no need to hide anything. Okay? Run ads. That thing you posted, that very review you posted, and no one on your Facebook page messaged you. When you run ads, those who need that services will see it. And that's when the messages begin to pour in. I have done that, and I saw a total change in my business. I remember once I ran ads, and I got someone, I just created an offer. I added a lot of offers, was writing, editing, this, that, and I priced it at over ₦1 million. Not that I ran ads with the flyer or the packages. I just did a very nice video talking about the services I offered for another client of mine. And people saw it. Then they started messaging me. So a client was like, okay, I'll like this service. I'll give you 4 packages, okay? Choose the one you prefer with your preferred price. And she was like, oh, I'd like the highest. I said, okay, calm down that way. So when she, and some of these people, they will give you hope and then they will leave. And I said, no, if you really need my service, you will pay a commitment fee of 50,000 naira. And she said, okay. I said to the company account over, she made payment. I said, Lakia, I've gotten you. Because the money is with me now. So if you choose not to now patronize me, there is no refund though. There is no refund. And so I went to my cousin. I used 50,000 naira to run that ad. My cousin also run ads. I went to him and I told him, I ran ads for 50,000. And nobody has even answered me. Only one client paid a commitment fee of 50,000. Can you imagine? And my cousin said, with a man, from one person, you recover the money you used to run the ads. And they're saying nobody has patronized you. Yes. And this was just day 2 of running the ads. By the end of that day, another person who saw the ads paid money. So you see, running ads, whether you are a content writer, whatever kind of writer you are, run ads. How much it costs you money? But you make it back. And please, if you cannot do it, look for someone who can help you with it. So you do not just waste money. Because that is also part of the process. So you can start with whether 5,000, 10,000. But for me, since I went to Lagos and attended Madam Choma's conference, I was just hearing big numbers. Like, I don't ask a lady in like a year, over 38 million naira, just to run ads. I said, Mary, what are you doing? Because the kind of money I want my clients to pay me, running ads with 10,000 naira will not bring them to me. So I opted. When I think I was mad, 50,000 naira in a day, I got my results. My husband was like, calm down, calm down. You know what? You are the expert, no problem. So running ads is good. So I'm done now. I'm done. So I know my fast. I'll just give you a summary. Multiple streams equals financial security. Now, clients can only come through pitches plus ads. If you sit down to wait, it's like you wait forever. Okay? And also to make it easy for them, have packages to make it very easy, because not everybody have the same money. So if you have a package of 5,000, another package should be 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. Whoever will pay for 20,000 will pay. Whoever will pay for 5,000 will pay. Yesterday I gave out homework. Who did it? I gave homework. Who did it? Did you? I know now. Didn't I tell you yesterday? Did you do your homework? Okay, keep it to yourself. The Lord has seen it. So today's homework. Now, for this month, because of what we taught yesterday, choose 2 income streams to focus on this month. If you know you are doing a lot of things at once, just try to niche it down and focus on 2. Then see the results you get from that. And then audit your portfolio. Some of you created your portfolio 2 years ago, but till now you've done so many amazing jobs, yet you have not updated that portfolio. So take out some of those jobs you have done and add in the new ones. Now, may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you so much.
Somebody ran like for 50 and love that. Thank you so much, Mr. for that. After this bootcamp, we'll be like at the Facebook, I'll just go boots for like 1 week. Like, I'll just sit down like, because, come on, I just feel like this bootcamp will just, if the bootcamp gives booting, you won't yield results, you just not be booting. I feel like how my piece was doing last 2 weeks, just be rebooting now. So thank you so much. Once again, please round of applause for all the speakers. I finished clapping. I hope you have questions. Because they are eager and waiting to answer them. Please, your questions and make it very direct.
Okay, hello everyone. Hello. My question is directed to Mr. Okay, so you said something about costing and pricing, and you also mentioned attaching a close price to your book as a beginning writer, like a book price. So I want to ask, what if after the whole costing and pricing process, it requires that price will be high? What can you do in such situation?
Okay, so about costing and pricing. Okay, so if at the end of the day it becomes high, so what we always do is when you check your budget, like all the money you spend for the book, and let's say you have an e-copy and then you have an e-hard copy. Most times what we do is we use the money for the e-copy to cover for the hard copy most time, because an electronic copy will be so low and currently, and you don't have to reprint. But the hard copy, you have to always reprint. So most times we use the money for, and one is going to give you higher turnover. Turnover means like a higher sales, more sales. So what you do is reduce the cost of the e-copy to a lower amount so that you have more sales and you can use it to cover up for the hard copy. Because the hard copy, you must sell it on a profit basis. But for e-copies, everything is profit. Because it's one copy that's being sold over every day. But for the hard copy, you must make profits from it. And if the cost of going to increases in the market, the cost of the book also has to increase. You understand? But for an e-copy, you don't really necessarily have to always increase the price. You understand? You just need to. So what we always advise is give people 2 options when it comes to your book. Always, let's talk about multiple options. And give people several options. Just give them, okay, this is an option for hard copy, this is an option for e-copy, this is an option for only 2 chapters of the book for free. So if you give people 3 chapters of the book for free, and they find something that they want to maybe designate and so that you want to know, you can go and get it for people. You understand? So always give people multiple options. But don't make sure you don't sell your hard copies at the most. Because it costs you money to print it. Find out how much it costs you to print it and make your profit that is satisfactory for you. 500 naira is what you have. Can make 500 naira. If it's 2,000 naira, make a profit like that. Don't sell your book and feel it back. You understand? Don't sell your book and then you're not asking yourself, what if I don't know? No. Sell it at a price that you don't keep. This is the price I want. But you see your income is, make it at a very low amount, say 2,000 naira. Sometimes it's easy to purchase because really, there's no cost. There's no cost of production. Like there's no constant cost of production. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, when you're looking at that, make multiple options available and price will have property, the actual price of it, or your e-commerce value. Make it minimal balance.
Before I ask this question, I must say this. Mr. Akaniene is someone who I admire so much, and I like the thing he does on social media. I won't make mistakes into this bootcamp, but he has been doing incredibly amazing, and I thank God for you, sir. My question goes to both of you. From your personal experience as writers, again, personal experiences, how do you deal, this is very personal, I'm not just asking this question, how do you deal with the pressure that comes with having a job on the ground and then just work for you? It's too much, and the agitation that comes with it. How do you handle this pressure? Or it may not be a work, it may not be a job exactly, but you have a book for writing and you've set the deadline for yourself. How do you handle the pressure of meeting that deadline? But I think the one that has to do with job works better, right? Because it's someone's money involved and it's someone's responsibility. What someone gives to you to do is what is involved. So how do you handle the pressure and still do what you have to do at the end of the day? For the two of you, the question from your own personal experience.
How do you handle the pressure of
How do I handle the pressure of work and
from your own, how do you handle it there? Especially when it has to do with meeting deadlines and all of that. Now it's so much on you, but you know you have to meet deadlines. How do you do about personal experience?
personally, what I would do is outsource. I must do myself. I have a full-time job as a creative writer and information content. And it's one job I love so much that I don't want to leave. So when it comes to my agency, we have other talented people who can also handle this service. My job is to find the clients. Okay? So I try not to kill myself so I can focus on one part and then get people to help me on the other part. However, very tricky because for every job that any other person handles, I need to sit back and review it to ensure that it's the best quality before I send it to the client. So that's what really helps me. But by the time my life I go to outsource, you know, some people think that, oh, if you outsource, they will steal your client or you will share the money. You are the person communicating with the client. So by the time you are telling that client the price, you should know how much is your percentage, how much are you keeping for the agency, how much are you paying the person. Okay, that way you will not cheat yourself or the person who is writing for you or working for you. So outsourcing works for you.
So another way I feel that sorry, that is bad. So another thing that I feel like you can do, aside outsourcing, yesterday I was running out and I had to do a reference for my boss. I sent like 100 pictures and we sent 100 together into one video. And I had to go to this video. I called somebody who are trained in my academy and I said, okay, we've learned to do it like you're good at this. Take out this free for me and I'll pay you 2,000. She didn't want me to. She said, you pay me. I'm like, I'll pay you that. She was what happened to me without me paying. So I just gave it to her. She sent this one. I think the hand of the guy who was yesterday and this thing. Everybody was like, yeah. So I'm like, I'm lazy. So that's just how it is. You understand? So, when there's an work. I don't know how to explain this because most times people allow employers to determine for them how work is all in desperation of I want more. If you do that, you will get from your hands and you know how to get out of it. And you've already signed that you need work and you must do the work. But if you tell your employer how you she goes right now, she tells them that my services, you will get your book after 6 months. If she says you get your book after 6 months, then it's abuse to get another 6 months. But no client should be able to tell her and say, I need this book in 2 weeks. She will tell you that it cannot work in 2 weeks. And you don't just say it cannot work in 2 weeks. Give them reasons why this book cannot work in 2 weeks. Tell them that the work will not be excellent. Tell them that the work will not be, it's not professionally done. Tell them behind the scenes that you have to go through for this work to come out excellently as you want it to be. Make you look like you are the one trying to bring excellence to the work, you understand? But you will get it. So don't make it look like you are just chilling somewhere and you cannot just do it. And cannot just do it because this, that. You understand? So guys, tell people something that can be done in 2 days. Don't tell them 2 days. Have you said anything or know that you can get your clothes maybe the next day? There's no clothes that cannot be made in 1 day. You can make an outfit cut sew in 3 hours. But they will never tell you they will do that for you. They will tell you come next week. Why don't they tell you come next week? So that you can work at their own pace. And next time you will come the day you need to come, the day you work. The day that day they will work, and they will give it to you that day. And you ask them, how did it happen? It's on their things. Let you are the freelancer, you work on the things. That's why you're a freelancer. The freelancer is not working.
Thank you so much. Any other question? No, I agree. So this is where we gradually draw the curtains for today. But we need to complete what is happening yesterday, and we're just going to do that for about 7 minutes. So please, once the mic comes to you, think fast. Okay? Think fast. Did you hear her? The theme for today's story is the temptation. The temptation. And to start this story for us is I don't want to go to science fiction, please. It's okay. Please, you have just 7 minutes. I'm counting myself.
Township girl. She doesn't know what she would like. She's just helping her father at home. Father is sick and she just finished school. Now she has to hustle and find a way to earn money. And then she gets this friend. She has this friend who tells her to come to the city.
Okay, Imabas, did you hear that? It's just recap.
Okay, Amaka is a township girl. She just finished school and she has a sick father she has to take care of. So along the line, she has a friend who says, come to the city and join me. I have a job I'm doing and I'll be an assistant. Mama goes to the city now.
Yeah, what happens in the city when Amaka goes to the city?
Amaka, right? Amaka goes to the city and meets her friend. And it turns out her friend is a writer that is trying to expand her business. She's looking for a physical space for people to come and work and write and all of that. So she needs her help as a secretary and assistant.
Okay, Daniel.
Okay, so Amaka decides to go to secretary, the assistant, to her friend right now. And then one day, while doing secretary school, someone walks up to me walked into patronizing, and it was a woman, and the person made the romantic overtures towards her. Like the person was interested in her romantically. Sexually. What's it called?
Call it what it is.
People have agreed that we should be calling things what they are.
I have an offer for you, the romance there. The woman there. Is it the man that came?
Yeah, the woman.
I have an offer for you, the woman there. And I'm going to go straight to the point. This offer is gonna make you publish this book you're writing. You publish it. I will give you all the everything you need to make sure that this book reaches a lot of people, gets to different libraries, different schools, different places. I'm going to put your face on the internet. Amaka wondered, this is interesting. I mean, she tells her friends, let's do this. You're a writer. I'm not a writer yet, but this is a very good idea. We are going to blow. Let's jump on this opportunity. So they asked, Ma, what is this condition?
People did not need it for you. For the opportunity, I didn't know the opportunity, so you continue the story from there. You want to collaborate to produce a book, right? And there are terms and conditions which you have not mentioned. So you mentioned the terms and conditions.
Amaka, sexual role, a woman attracted to Amaka, so this is the condition we want to find out. Remember the interest.
Once she puts over the past experiences, a friend comes in trying to enforce or to show her more reasons to accept this woman's offer. But then, Amaka is on this other hand thinking of the high possibility of this woman being interested in her. Now, remember, she doesn't know the woman is interested in her. But due to her past experiences, she has this thought of it could be. Now, she outrightly decides not to take the woman's offer, and this makes the friend, which invited her over and gave her a chance to be mad at her.
Staying with this woman now. She's already staying in this woman's place. Just that this woman has not yet told her. Remember, the woman gave her a hint that here, I'm interested in you, like keep singing. And well, she has not yet given her that condition. She mentioned it.
This woman is not the friend, right? And she's already staying with the woman.
Yeah, the one.
Okay. So she's already staying with the woman. How about the friend? And then the woman is interested in them working on a book together.
So, one evening is going on Maka and the woman the woman told Maka, I want to be global. I want to be global speaker. But this is what I want to do. I don't like I'm into women, and I need you to satisfy my sexual pleasure. And Amaka was blank always.
Where's blank?
Amaka came back from the blankness, outrightly denied the offer, knowing fully well that she's destined for greater things other than offers that are transactional. Amen? Amen.
And yes, that was true. Amaka client and her friend was angry. Her friend was angry with but she has to leave the place. She has to give her job. Because she has to give her job and the house where she was sitting. Then she went for then she started life from scratch. And going up and then like she said she found best friends, the two best friends. And actually she actually found some best friends very attractive. And then had a relationship and married and then so they were married actually just
and the story ends, right?
Yes.
And then she died.
Was the death part necessary? Was the death part necessary? Please, let's not do that. So once again, thank you all for participating in the Writers Mentor Network's Creative Writers and Readers Bootcamp 2025. Congratulations. Please a round of applause for yourselves. So we have certificates of participation, and yes, Mr. Manuel, please to present this certificate to Mr. Kanine so that he can present to other participants.
Hold on.
Thank you so much, Mr. Let me hold for you so I can read. Okay, give me before you use for passing side and give me. The next recipient of the certificate is Peace Ayo. Please come up to her. Please clap. Newborn person should be on cue for certificate of participation. Maybe there's stroke. Edith Bernard. Abasodium. Daniel Abasibasi. Esther Bonitas. Happiness Felix Bassi. Happiness Felix Bassi. Mofi Oluwa Oreni. Please forgive me. I'm trying to sound like an Indian person. It's a should be not maintain our Precious Etin Harry. Look, we have a Philip. Is Happiness Felix here? Sorry, and a member of George Macedonia. Sorry, I don't have you. I got here Thank you all for participating in the Writers Fundamentals, Creative Writers and Readers Bootcamp 2025. Hopefully, thank you very much, sir. Hopefully we see you in the next, or we see you in greater events. Thank you for coming up. Let's clap on ourselves. We have clapped for me now. We want to clap for